Chapter 1257. The life usurper Wang Ying had returned to his infancy in the blink of an eye. In the square, the disciples of the archaic mysteries sect were in awe. Yarrow Tianshang and Zhu frowned. They did not say a word. They looked on coldly. The sage looked at Wang Ying, who had been awakened from his past life, and was extremely unhappy. His soul was still there, but he had lost everything of the archaic mysteries sect. The sage had taken Wang Ying in for the secrets he knew. Now that his memory was gone, what was the use of him? "Who are you? Are you my relative in this life?" the baby asked softly. The sage handed the baby to the disciple behind him without saying a word. The divine predictor looked at the sage and smiled. Then, the divine predictor looked at Yang Chuan again. "Yang Di, I have taken care of the matters in the sect. Now, let's talk about your matter. What did you say you wanted to do with the holy maiden?" The divine predictor smiled. Although the divine predictor looked kind, everyone knew that the divine predictor was targeting Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan smiled and said, "I want to bring my wife, Zhao Afang, home." "Oh, this is the holy maiden's home." The divine predictor shook his head. "No, it's not." Yang Chuan shook his head affirmatively. "Then, will Yang Di bring the holy maiden back to Diasian occasionally or never?" The divine predictor asked. "What? You want to take back everything of Zhao Afang?" Yang Chuan's expression turned cold. "This is the rule of the archaic mysteries sect. Please forgive me, Yang Di," the divine predictor said solemnly. "With me here, no one can touch Zhao Afang," Yang Chuan said solemnly. Zhao Afang grabbed Yang Chuan's sleeve. "Meow." Meow also noticed that the atmosphere was not right and looked at the divine predictor angrily. The divine predictor smiled and did not speak. The divine predictor was not afraid that Yang Chuan and Zhao Afang would force their way out because it was useless. The stellar source above his head was connected to Zhao Afang's fate. Even if they were millions of miles apart, the divine predictor could affect Zhao Afang's fate to a certain extent. "King, I might be able to give it a try," Zhao Afang whispered to Yang Chuan. Although I learned the Celestial Arcanum sect's life-stealing art, after recovering the memories of my first life, there was another life-stealing art in my mind. Back in the Great Qin, Mr. Gui Guzi taught me the life-stealing art from the Bai clan, Zhao Afang said softly. "Bai family usurping the throne?" Yang Chuan's expression turned serious. "I might be able to hold on for a day. Besides, if I were to return to my infancy like Wang Ying, my life providence would no longer be connected to the stellar source," Zhao Afang said with a shake of his head. Yang Chuan looked at Zhao Afang and frowned. Not far away, Tian Jizi smiled faintly and said, "Of course, if Zhao Afang is willing to go with you and last a day in my hands, you, Yang Di, can also participate. You have to know that in a battle between fate usurpers, having an extra birth chart increases the chances of winning." "Oh." Yang Chuan looked at Tian Jizi in confusion. Tian Jizi wants to fight two people at once. "If Yang Di participates, you just have to connect to the stellar source," Tian Jizi said with a smile. Everyone immediately looked at Tian Jizi in confusion. Zhao Afang immediately said to Yang Chuan, "No, my life providence has already been connected to the stellar source, I can't let you fall into it." However, at this moment, Yang Chuan laughed. "Just one day, all right." Yang Chuan looked at Tian Jizi with a smile. "Good, ha 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 ha." Tian Jizi's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "No, nothing can happen to you." Zhao Afang immediately said anxiously. Yang Chuan looked at Zhao Afang and shook his head. "It's okay, I have my own plans. I want to take you away openly. If Tian Jizi dares to pester me and threaten me with the stellar source, I will not hesitate to slaughter the entire Celestial Arcanum sect. Until everyone else is dead, only you and I are connected to the stellar source." Zhao Afang was still worried, but Yang Chuan smiled and said, "Since you know the Bai family's life usurping technique, let's use the Bai family's life providence." Zhao Afang was still worried but finally nodded his head. "Meow." Meow tilted its head and looked at Yang Chuan. In the distance, Tian Jizi smiled and said, "Yang Di, you only need a drop of blood essence to connect to the stellar source. How can a drop of blood essence be enough?" Yang Chuan smiled. Turning his head, Yang Chuan slowly stood up. Boom! The ground under his feet and the entire center of the square instantly turned into a pool of blood. Yang Chuan stepped out, surrounded by a bloody mist. His long hair had turned blood red, and his pupils had also turned blood red. Step by step, he walked towards the center of the blood pool. The blood waves surrounded Yang Chuan. In the blink of an eye, Yang Chuan was faintly discernible in the blood waves. Yang Chuan only stopped when he reached the center of the blood pool. Pressing his palm, a large amount of blood seeped out from his pores. Tian Jiz's eyes lit up. With a flick of his horsetail whisk, the blood in Yang Chuan's palm suddenly rushed towards the stellar source. Boom! In the blink of an eye, it entered the stellar source and disappeared. Yang Di, you have guts, Tian Jizi said excitedly. Zhao Arfang also stepped into the blood pool and came to Yang Chuan's side. Tian Jizi, 1 day later, erase all traces of my and Arfang's fate in the stellar source. Otherwise, I will destroy your Tian Jizi sect. Yang Chuan said solemnly. At this moment, Yang Chuan was no longer polite to Tian Jizi. Of course, Tian Jizi nodded. Let's begin. Yang Chuan looked at Zhao Arfang. Millimeter, Zhao Arfang nodded. With a stretch of his hand, a disc appeared in his hand. It was the heavenly disc that he obtained in the sealed world. In the heavenly disc, there seemed to be a force revolving around each other. Then, it seemed to release countless light spots. The light spots quickly surrounded Yang Chuan and Zhao Arfang, just like Wang Ying. On the other side, Tian Jizi smiled slightly. Just like before, he flung the horsetail whisk in his hand. Countless small stars slowly appeared around his body, surrounded by a large amount of white light. The outsiders looked on quietly. As for Tian Jizi, Yang Chuan, and Zhao Arfang, their bodies suddenly emitted a white light. However, after a while, it suddenly changed, turning into a blue light. Meow! It's different from before. Meow was puzzled. Bastard, Tian Jizi, this is not a battle of usurpation. This is the stellar source world. Zhao Arfang's voice suddenly exclaimed. Zhao Arfang, Tian Jizi, and Yang Chuan's consciousness entered a new world. Each of them condensed a consciousness body. A vast world. Zhao Arfang and Tian Jizi floated in the air of this world. Tian Jizi flung his horsetail whisk, and a large amount of blue light rushed towards Zhao Arfang. Ominous light. Zhao Arfang's face changed. Zhao Arfang quickly formed a seal. Wang. Around them, a green energy shield suddenly appeared to protect their bodies. Boom. The blue light collided with the green energy shield and was immediately unable to enter. However, it seemed to be corroding the green light. It is indeed the Bai family's method of usurpation. Tian Jizi's eyes were filled with excitement. Tian Jizi, what are you trying to do? Zhao Arfang asked anxiously. Zhao Arfang, I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter you had, and I don't know what relationship you and Yang Chuan had with the Bai family in your previous life. However, I just want to say that I want your Bai family's method of usurpation. Give it to me, and everything will be over. There will be no need to wait a day. Now, I will erase the traces of your and Yang Chuan's fate in the stellar source. Tian Jizi said solemnly. So you did all this for my method of usurpation? Zhao Arfang said coldly. That's right. The archaic Arcanum sect raised you, but you don't know how to repay them. I understood when I asked you to calculate the world tree. You made all sorts of excuses and didn't want to give it to me. Only this method of usurpation can allow me to take the Bai family's secret techniques and treasures from the world tree. Tian Jizi said solemnly. Don't even think about it. You don't deserve to touch the world tree. Where is my husband? Zhao Arfang said coldly. He is below. Look. Tian Jizi smiled slightly. Zhao Arfang blocked the blue light from Tian Jizi while looking at the ground below with his mind's eye. There was a huge city on the ground. On top of the city, there was a huge flag with the word Qin written on it. This is. Zhao Arfang said in surprise. You also know that this is the stellar source world. The consciousness of the three of us has entered the stellar source. I control the stellar source, and I also control the stellar source world. When Yang Chuan entered, it was like entering a dream. He fell asleep. Tian Jizi said with a smile. Fell asleep. Yes, in the dream, he doesn't remember who he is. However, his emperor's will is too strong. There is no other way. I can only continue to give him the identity of an emperor in his dream, the ruler of the Qin kingdom. A mortal ruler, what do you think? Tian Jizi said with a smile. What are you trying to do? Zhao Arfang said anxiously. What am I trying to do? You will know soon. Tian Jizi said with a smile. Tian Jizi's body flickered, and his consciousness body suddenly split into two. One body trapped Zhao Arfang, while the other body rushed towards the Qin palace. In the Qin palace, Yang Chuan was in the middle of a court meeting. Reporting to my king, Yang, Zhao, Han, Qi, Chu, 5 countries are besieging our dynasty. Our front lines are having a hard time resisting, and there is a possibility of our country being destroyed at any time. Reporting to my king, the front lines are lacking in provisions. I am worried that there will be a mutiny at the front lines. Reporting to my king, General Ma was defeated at the front lines and was killed by Chu country's general. Chu country's army is marching straight in. My king. Bad news came one after another, and the officials were about to collapse. Yang Chuan, who was sitting on the dragon throne, started to clamor. A consciousness clone of Tian Jizi appeared in the court. However, the whole world was made up by Tian Jizi, so no one felt that he was out of place. My king, I have a plan to defeat the enemy, Tian Jizi's consciousness clone said. In the sky, Zhao Arfang was very anxious. My king, he is Tian Jizi. Wake up. We have all been deceived. Zhao Arfang shouted anxiously. Don't waste your time. Yang Chuan can't hear you. Let's watch a good show, Tian Jizi said with a smile. However, the two did not notice. At this moment, in the sky above Zhao Arfang and Tian Jizi, there was another Yang Chuan at the top of the astral source world. Another Yang Chuan was standing at an extremely high place, overlooking everything below. Below, in the Qin palace, he was the mortal emperor, while Zhao Arfang and Tian Jizi were in the sky. Yang Chuan, who was in the sky, could see everything clearly. Bai Huang's astral source. Although you control it, how can you understand it better than me? Yang Chuan said with a cold smile. Chapter 1258. Astral Source World. Pure Consciousness World. It was like a dream created entirely by Tian Jizi. In the Qin palace, the officials were extremely anxious and kept complaining in the court. King, I have a way to defeat the enemy. Tian Jizi's consciousness avatar came out. When Tian Jizi's words fell, the officials suddenly stopped talking. Everyone looked at Tian Jizi. The 5 countries came with thousands of troops to destroy the Qin state. At this time, a group of officials had no way out, but they heard someone had a way to defeat the enemy. On the dragon throne, Yang Chuan's eyes also lit up. Oh! Yang Chuan looked at Tian Jizi curiously. Tian Jizi smiled slightly and said, I have a scroll of life contract. As long as the king signs it, the 5 countries will be annihilated instantly. From then on, all the countries will be my territory. Life contract. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Tian Jizi took out a scroll with a faint yellow light. This thing can destroy the 5 countries? Yang Chuan showed a trace of disbelief. Yes, it's true. I guarantee with my head that as long as the king signs this contract, the 5 countries will be annihilated immediately, Tian Jizi solemnly said. Yang Chuan looked at Tian Jizi and said in a deep voice, What's the content of this? Tian Jizi looked at Yang Chuan with a little surprise. He did not expect that in the dream, Yang Chuan was still so rational. Of course, this life contract also requires the king to give something in exchange. Tian Jizi said again. Oh, what do you want from me? Yang Chuan calmly said. The king's feelings. Tian Jizi solemnly said. Oh, an emperor doesn't need feelings at all. King, feelings are just fetters for an emperor. Without feelings, the king can look at everything more calmly. King, you are facing the whole world, unifying the 6 countries, and the world is yours alone. And what you have to pay is just a little negative thing, feelings. King, that thing is useless, but it will weaken your heart. King, please sign the life contract. Tian Jizi took a step forward. High in the sky, Zhao Arfang was extremely anxious. No, Your Majesty, you mustn't sign it. You must not sign it. In the astral source world, the fate pact is connected to the fate chart. If you sign it, you will be deprived of it. Zhao Arfang shouted anxiously. However, Tianjiz's consciousness clone smiled and said, "It's useless. He can't hear you at all." Inside the Qin palace, Yang Chuan looked at Tianjizi. Tianjizi looked as if victory was within his grasp. "No need, we believe in Great Qin's army," Yang Chuan said calmly. "What?" Tianjizi was slightly stunned. "We said that there's no need. Didn't you hear me?" Yang Chuan glared at him. "Huh?" Tianjizi immediately retreated. Shock flashed in his eyes as he said, "Why is Yang Chuan so confident in his own army?" Yang Chuan looked at the officials and said, "There is no one in the Great Qin who is afraid of death. Men, summon the people of the world to join the army and defend the Great Qin." "Yes, Your Majesty." The officials were wise. "Divine Predictor. You will sign the contract." Tianjizi snorted coldly. He quickly modified the consciousness world. A few days later in the consciousness world. Qin Palace. Report. Everyone in the state of Chu is a soldier. They have already broken through 10 of Great Qin's cities and are heading straight for the Qin Palace. Report. Everyone in the state of Qi is a soldier. They have already broken through 12 cities and are heading straight for the Qin Palace. Under Tianjiz's manipulation, the tides of war changed. In the blink of an eye, Great Qin's army was repeatedly defeated. The imperial court was once again in an uproar and panic. Only Yang Chuan sat steadily on the dragon throne, his expression unchanged. Among the officials, Tianjizi looked at Yang Chuan with a flash of surprise in his eyes. "You're already in such a situation, yet you still don't show your emotions? Your Majesty, Great Qin is in a desperate situation. Do you want to sign the contract?" Tianjizi stepped out again. "Once I sign the contract, I can instantly unify the world?" Yang Chuan asked in a low voice. "Yes." Tianjizi replied again. "I won't sign it," Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. "What?" Tianjizi felt like vomiting blood. "I must wait until the end. I don't believe that my Great Qin will be safe," Yang Chuan said with certainty. Tianjizi was helpless. Who knew that Yang Chuan was so stubborn? In desperation, he could only wait for the 5 countries to arrive. This wait was another few days in the consciousness world. Kill. Not good, the Chu army has already broken through the city. The Qi army has entered the Qin Palace, along with the constant sound of fighting. In the main hall, all the officials went out to fight. Until another day later. Everyone in the state of Qin was dead. The forces of the 5 countries were all forced to the palace. They were surrounded by enemies on all sides. Tianjizi looked at Yang Chuan and said, "Your Majesty, you can sign it. I'll trust you this time." Yang Chuan nodded. He did not pick up the pen to write, but printed a handprint on the life contract. At the moment of printing, Yang Chuan's body suddenly hung a gust of wind, and Yang Chuan's face suddenly became pale. "Ha ha 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 ha." Tianjizi laughed with satisfaction. Boom. In an instant, the army of the 5 countries was annihilated instantly. All the people of the state of Qin who were killed were suddenly resurrected. "Long live the king! Long live the king!" Starting from the Qin Palace, everyone cheered loudly, "Long live!" Above the sky, Zhao Arfang shouted anxiously, "No, no, Your Majesty, that's all fake. Tianjizi lied to you. Those are all fake. He lied to you to sell your soul." "No." Zhao Arfang desperately urged the green light. He wanted to rush down. "With me here, you can't go down at all." Tianjizi manipulated more and more fierce light to attack. "Tianjizi, you're despicable." Zhao Arfang roared. Tianjizi smiled slightly and said, "It's not that I'm despicable, it's that you're too stubborn. You know, everyone's fate is limited. This time, you sold the emotion of the soul, Yang Chuan's fate will be reduced by at least a quarter. You give me the Bai family's method, and I'll return this contract to Yang Chuan. How about it?" "Don't even think about it," Zhao Arfang shouted stubbornly. "Humph." Tianjizi snorted coldly. Below, In the Qin Palace. Yang Chuan enjoyed the worship of the world. Your Majesty, you have unified the world. Tian Jiz's consciousness avatar laughed. Well, I want to patrol the world and see if the world's territory has really become my territory as you said. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. It must be. Tian Jizi cried. Why should I believe you? Yang Chuan said coldly. Tian Jiz's face stiffened, and he muttered in his heart, You sold your emotions, and then turned your back on me in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, Yang Chuan began to travel the world. All kinds of government affairs were sent to Yang Chuan's carriage. What? Marching misses the old country and worships the Chu country's memorial tablet at home? Humph, pass down my order, kill his entire family. Yang Chuan said coldly. The officials immediately shouted, Your Majesty, Lord Ma must have been confused. He's the princess's maiden family. Kill them all. Yang Chuan said coldly. Yang Chuan, who had unified the world, became ruthless. Zhao Afang, who was high in the sky, was anxious. Tian Jiz's face was ugly. Emperor? Sigh, an emperor is troublesome. If it were a mortal, they would only need to design a little environment, but an emperor wants to design the world. Under Yang Chuan's harsh orders, the world was filled with complaints. Under Tian Jiz's urging, all corners of the world rose up in revolt, and the tide of rebellion rolled in. Bastard, suppress him, suppress him. Yang Chuan said coldly. One order after another was issued. The world was once again filled with smoke. Your Majesty, I have a life contract here. As long as you sign it, the world will immediately be peaceful, and there will be no more rebellions. Tian Jizi took out another life contract and smiled. Get lost. Yang Chuan snorted coldly. Tian Jiz's face stiffened. After losing emotions, Yang Chuan became more and more ruthless, and sometimes, his temper was inexplicable. Even Tian Jizi could not guess Yang Chuan's thoughts at this moment. Tian Jizi had no choice but to continue urging the rebellion. For a time, there were more and more rebellions. Countless wars broke out again, and Yang Chuan could only return to the Qin Palace. Your Majesty, as long as you sign it, the world will immediately be peaceful. Tian Jizi said again. I will wait until the last moment. Yang Chuan said coldly. Tian Jizi was speechless. Yang Chuan was too stubborn. Kill. 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 The world was in chaos. They killed their way to the Qin Palace, killing everyone again. The leaders of the rebellion trapped Yang Chuan in the Qin Palace. Your Majesty, you can sign it now. Tian Jizi said again. This time, Yang Chuan did not ask what the exchange was. He looked around, nodded, and formed another hand seal. Boom. The world was instantly peaceful, and everyone submitted to Yang Chuan. Ha 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 ha. Tian Jizi laughed wildly. High up in the sky. No, Your Majesty, how can you sign it? Zhao Afang said anxiously. Zhao Afang, the 2 contracts Yang Chuan sold his soul are in my hands. Hand over the Bai family's life-usurping technique now, or even if we get out, Yang Chuan will be crippled. You know it. Ha 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 ha. Tian Jizi laughed. Zhao Afang's face was filled with anxiety, so much so that his entire body was trembling. Tian Jizi was no longer attacking, but it did not matter anymore. Yang Chuan's soul contract. Are you going to give it or not? Tian Jizi said in a low voice. Zhao Afang opened his mouth, but he froze. His face was bitter, and he seemed to compromise. Just as he was about to speak, a voice sounded out from behind him. Have you played enough? One day in the outside world is up. Let's go back. Yang Chuan's voice came from behind Zhao Afang. Yang Chuan? Tian Jiz's expression changed. Ah! Zhao Afang was also slightly surprised. Grabbing Zhao Afang, Yang Chuan smiled and said, Let's go. Whoosh. The 2 of them disappeared. Impossible. How is this possible? How did they get out? Tian Jizi cried out in shock. He looked down and saw that there was another Yang Chuan, still immersed in Great Qin's prosperity. How could this be? How could this be? There are 2 Yang Chuan? Tian Jizi cried out in shock. Tian Jizi took a deep breath and waved his hand. The entire astral source world instantly collapsed, and Tian Jizi and the other Yang Chuan's consciousness instantly disappeared. Whoosh! Everyone once again returned to the plaza. Meow, it's been a day. Are they done yet? Meow anxiously cried out. Instantly, everyone woke up. Zhao Afang looked confused. Yang Chuan's face was slightly pale as he woke up. Tian Jizi also woke up in shock. King, are you all right? Zhao Afang suddenly asked worriedly. Of course I'm not all right. I signed 2 life contract. Yang Chuan said with a smile. That's right, you signed a life contract. No matter what the reason was, you signed it. Tian Jizi suddenly laughed. Another voice suddenly sounded out from the blood pool. I might have to disappoint the Heaven's Secrets sect master. Then, the blood pool began to churn, and another Yang Chuan emerged from the blood pool. Tian Jizi's face changed. As he stretched out his hand, the 2 life contracts appeared in his palm and he carefully looked at them. What's wrong? The one who signed the life contract with you is only one of my blood god's clones. The new Yang Chuan smiled slightly. Then, he stretched out his hand and attacked Yang Chuan who was beside Zhao Afang. Bang! The blood god's clones exploded into a pool of blood and instantly disappeared. At this moment, the blood pool around them also suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, only Yang Chuan and Zhao Afang were left in the plaza. Tian Jizi looked at the life contract in his hand again. Yang Chuan's handprint on it had disappeared. The 2 life contracts had lost their effectiveness. Yang Chuan, you lied to me. You simulated a fake life chart. Moreover, you didn't sign it earlier because you were deliberately stalling for time. Tian Jizi suddenly stood up angrily. King, you're all right. Zhao Afang ecstatically hugged Yang Chuan. Meow. What's going on? Meow Meow jumped up in confusion. Around them, the sage, Yarrow Tianshang, Zhu, and the experts of the Celestial Arcanum sect were all at a loss. They did not know what had happened earlier. Lied to you? Celestial Arcanum sect leader, what are you talking about? A day has passed since the life-stealing duel. Now, erase Afang's traces in the stellar source. Yang Chuan said coldly. Tian Jizi looked at the life contract in his hand that had lost its effectiveness and his face was filled with resentment. Good. Yang Chuan. Tian Jizi said with resentment. What? You want to go back on your words in front of so many people? Yang Chuan said coldly. I, Tian Jizi, am a man of my word. Tian Jizi snorted coldly. He waved his hand at the sky. Boom. The stellar source in the sky suddenly trembled. A large amount of blue light burst out. I sensed it. My life chart is no longer related to the stellar source. Zhao Afang suddenly shouted. Sense it again. Yang Chuan said seriously. There is really no connection. Zhao Afang said with certainty. Yang Chuan nodded and said, Tian Jizi, you kept your word. Kept my word. Mph, I have already done what I promised you. I have erased your traces in the stellar source. However, if Zhao Afang does not hand over what I want today, you are not allowed to leave. Tian Jizi suddenly stood up. Oh! Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes and a cold light burst out. Meow. Meow looked at Tian Jizi angrily. On the other side, Yarrow Tianshang and Zhu also stood up in surprise. They did not expect Tian Jizi to fall out with them like this. Tian Jizi, the sage suddenly said. Sage, are you trying to stop me? Tian Jizi frowned and looked at the sage. Ha 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 ha, with our friendship, why would I stop you? However, I want that cat. The sage suddenly laughed. Meow. Meow was so angry that its fur stood on end as it stared at the sage. Chapter 1259. Cat. Surprise flashed across Tian Jizi's eyes. He turned to look at the sage and saw that the sage was indeed focused on the cat. Tian Jizi quickly calculated Meow's whereabouts. However, he could not deduce anything. Why? All right, then please do it yourself. Tian Jizi said solemnly. Of course. The sage nodded. Meow. Meow stared at the sage angrily. My Gao-ku? Yang Chuan suddenly said in a low voice. The sage looked at Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan's eyes flashed coldly. Kicking me when I'm down, I'll remember this. Yang Di, I don't want to be your enemy. However, there are many things you don't understand about this cat. She doesn't belong to you. I'm sorry. My Gao Ku said coldly. Meow's hair stood on end. Meow, belong to your sister. You're the one who belongs to me. Tian Jizzy, a prisoner of the Celestial Arcanum sect. Is this how you behave? Yang Chuan sneered. The Celestial Arcanum sect's eyes darkened. This time, it was indeed bad for his reputation. However, if he could obtain the Bo clan's secret treasure, what was this reputation? Everyone, take down the traitor Zhao Arfang. Tian Jizzy snorted. Ha! Immediately, the surrounding Celestial Arcanum sect disciples stepped forward. In an instant, nearly half of the Celestial Arcanum sect disciples were surrounded by starlight. Above their heads, countless small stars rotated rapidly. As they rotated, an inexplicable force rushed towards Yang Chuan. As the inexplicable force passed, rays of blue light appeared in the void. Whoosh! Yin Hentian stepped forward. Yin Hentian's eyes focused. As he focused, the polychoria in each of his eyes rotated. Polychoria Heavenly Realm. Boom! The void in all directions suddenly distorted and countless rays of blue light dissipated. Then, the void in the west suddenly distorted. Hundreds of Celestial Arcanum sect disciples were sucked into the distorted void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Boom! Boom! Bastard! An angry voice could be heard from the place where the disciples disappeared. Meow! Meow was surprised. The dual pupil's heavenly realm can instantly open up a space and trap everyone. How long it can trap them will depend on Yin Hentian's ability, said Yang Chuan. At the same time, Yang Chuan said gently to Zhao Arfang, cooperate with Meow and be careful of my Gao cave. Saint. Zhao Arfang was worried. Meow, gather all of the heavenly energy and help Zhao Arfang deal with the saint. Yang Chuan said. Meow. Boom. Behind Meow, more than 2,000 heavenly Dao soared into the sky. Meow stood on Zhao Arfang's shoulder and immediately glared at my Gao Ku. Another sage. Cat. Yarrow Tianshang exclaimed in surprise. A look of astonishment flashed across Tian Jiz's eyes. Mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. How could it be so easy? Who is this cat? It's really you. My Gao Ku suddenly said. Arfang, use Meow as the strongest stellar source. Yang Chuan said. Stellar source. Man-made stellar source. Although Zhao Arfang didn't understand what Yang Chuan meant, he immediately adjusted his strategy. The heavenly compass in his hand spun and connected to Meow to gather the heavenly energy. Boom! Suddenly, a vast blue light gushed out from the heavenly development board. Like a river, it rushed towards the saint. Light of misfortune? Tian Jiz's face changed. Previously in the stellar source world, he used this to deal with Zhao Arfang. That was the light of misfortune. Zhao Arfang could use it too? And in such a terrifying amount. Not good, the saints said. Whoosh! The saints led a group of disciples and soared into the sky. Meow! Meow Meow hated Sage to the core. Grabbing Zhao Arfang, she vanished from where she was and blinked into the sky. Heavenly Dao. The saints also hastily summoned countless heavenly Dao. Boom! The heavenly Dao from both sides intertwined. What are you all doing? Why aren't you attacking? Tian Jizzy looked at half of the Archaic Arcanum sect disciples on the east and scolded. The other half of the Archaic Arcanum sect disciples didn't attack at all. Now that they heard Tian Jiz's roar, they all looked at Zhu and Yarrow Tianshang with complicated expressions. Zhu gently extended her arms and the Archaic Arcanum sect disciples slowly retreated. They didn't attack Yang Chuan and instead took a step back. In an instant, Tian Jizzy understood. His Archaic Arcanum sect disciples had been bribed by Zhu and Yarrow Tianshang. Zhu, Yarrow Tianshang, you want to betray my Archaic Arcanum sect. You have to know that everything you have today is because my Archaic Arcanum sect helped you. You are a vassal of my Archaic Arcanum sect. Tian Jizzy said coldly. Zhu looked at Tian Jizzy indifferently and said, I admit it, but it's not you. What? Tian Jiz's face changed. Yarrow Tianshang looked at Yang Chuan and said, Yang Emperor, we can't repay your kindness in the past. We don't want to attack, so this is all we can do. That's enough. Yang Chuan nodded. Then, he looked coldly at Tian Jizi. Ju narrowed her eyes and watched quietly. Good. Ju, Yarrow Tianshang, I still underestimated you. Tian Jizi said coldly. Then, Tian Jizi looked at Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan? You have great luck. However, this is my archaic arcanum sect. If I want to, even a sage can forget about escaping, let alone you. As long as I capture you, I don't believe that Zhao Arfang won't submit. Tian Jizi said coldly. As he spoke, he suddenly swung the horsetail whisk in his hand. Rumble. The ground rumbled in all directions. Roar. 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 Below the ground, a series of dragon roars sounded. In the surroundings, a mysterious yellow aura emerged. Gradually, hundreds of yellow dragons formed behind Tian Jizi. Dragon veins? Is this feng shui? Isn't Tian Jizi a life usurper? Why do you know feng shui? Yarrow Tianshang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Monster Emperor, it's not that our sect leader knows feng shui. It's just that our archaic arcanum sect's formation is too mysterious. Feng shui, life usurper, yin virtue, providence, righteousness, and everything else. Our sect leader is only mobilizing the formation's power, a disciple of the archaic arcanum sect reported. Oh, this is the 1,000 Dragons of Hell formation, a great feng shui formation, the disciple of the archaic arcanum sect reported. More and more dragon chi gathered behind Tian Jizi. Yellow fog filled the sky. Under the feng shui formation, the environment seemed to have changed drastically. Previously, there were countless pavilions, but in the blink of an eye, the surroundings turned into a grassland. Endless dragon veins, carrying the power to lock down the sky, pressed down on Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan sneered. 1,000 Dragons of Hell formation? To think that you can mobilize a feng shui formation here. Do you know that the strongest thing here is righteousness? Yang Chuan pointed at the void several times. Boom. Behind Yang Chuan, surging righteous energy soared into the sky. The vast righteous energy gave birth to billions of strands of sword chi. Vast righteous energy swords revealed their sharpness. Righteous killing intent surged forth. Behind Yang Chuan, heaven and earth turned white as surging righteous sword chi shot towards the 10,000 dragons. No, how could you? How could you activate the celestial arcanum sect's array formation? Tian Jizi's expression changed. Break the dragon vein, Yang Chuan shouted. Rumble. Hundreds of millions of righteous chi swords rolled out and attacked the hundreds of millions of yellow dragons. The yellow dragons roared miserably as cracks appeared on the ground. Rumble. One by one, the dragon veins were severed. The plain world instantly collapsed, and the 10,000 swords rushed towards Tian Jizi. Tian Jizi's expression changed as he swung his horsetail whisk. The yellow dragons pounced forward, one after another, but the overwhelming righteous sword was too overbearing. Wherever it passed, the yellow dragons would melt. Defeated in one touch. Tian Jizi opened his mouth wide, unable to believe this fact. His own sect. Yang Chuan was even more skilled than him in activating the array formation. No, impossible. Tian Jizi's expression changed drastically. Countless stars quickly surrounded Tian Jizi. High up in the sky, the huge stellar source once again emitted a blue light. Boom. A blue light descended from the sky. It rushed straight towards Yang Chuan. Wherever it went, the overwhelming righteous sword collapsed. Light of misfortune? Usurping my life? Yang Chuan's eyes turned cold. He suddenly looked up at the sky. Stellar source. What's the use of a stellar source that can't be taken away and can't be used by me? Explode. Yang Chuan shouted coldly. Boom tilde 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 tilde. The vast stellar source exploded with a loud bang. Along with the countless smaller stars in the surroundings, they also exploded instantly. Puff. Connected mentally, Tian Jizi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. No, how could this be? Tian Jizi was dumbfounded. How could the stellar source explode just because of Yang Chuan's words? In the entire Celestial Arcanum sect, the most precious thing was the stellar source. The stellar source could make all calculations extremely easy. It could deduce the past, the present, and even capture a trace of the future. It was the most precious treasure in the world. It was also the key to Tian Jiz's fame. But it exploded just because of Yang Chuan's words. Tian Jiz's heart was bleeding. At this moment, Tian Jizi suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. He suddenly understood what it meant to suffer a double loss. This was using a knife to cut his own flesh. Perhaps it was because of the uniqueness of the stellar source. After the stellar source exploded, the sky above Celestial Arcanum sect was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Yang Chuan looked at Tian Jizi. "You don't deserve to own this place," Yang Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, his hands danced again, and countless arrays were activated. All arrays collide and explode. Yang Chuan seemed to want to activate all the arrays in Celestial Arcanum sect in an instant. Boom. In one direction, merit soared to the sky. Boom. In another direction, luck soared to the sky. Boom. In another direction, righteous energy soared to the sky. Boom. In another direction, the remnants of the Earth's dragon vein continued to attack. The sky was covered with dark clouds. In an instant, countless energies exploded in Celestial Arcanum sect, colliding with each other. Boom. A mountain peak was blown away. Boom. The Celestial Arcanum sect was blown away. Zhu and Yaro Tianshang were shocked as they brought their men and flew away. Yin Hentian was stunned. He knew that the Sage King could control the Celestial Arcanum sect's arrays, but he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. He took a step and flew into the sky. Rumble. The entire Celestial Arcanum sect was in the midst of a huge explosion. Tian Jizi was petrified as he looked at this scene. This was the first time he knew about many arrays. This was the first time he knew about them. This Celestial Arcanum sect was like a huge treasure. Tian Jizi had been studying and improving himself, but he did not expect to know more than Yang Chuan. Seeing that the various energies in this huge treasure were about to collide and explode, Tian Jizi was still unwilling to accept this fact. No. Tian Jizi frantically controlled the arrays, trying to stop this chaos. Yang Chuan sneered. He took a step and flew out. Unless Bai Huang came back, no one could stop this huge explosion. If this array could not be brought back to Xianyang, then no one could. Swish. Yang Chuan flew out of Celestial Arcanum sect. The moment he flew out of Celestial Arcanum sect, all the different energies finally exploded. Hong tilde 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 tilde. The massive explosion engulfed the entire Central Territory, causing it to shake violently. Chapter 1260. Outside the Central Territory's battlefield of sins, Gong Yangzi looked at the battlefield of sins from afar. Behind him stood a group of Gong Yangzi disciples. Everyone's faces were filled with amazement. Bai Qi. What a strong killing intent, Gong Yangzi said solemnly. Yes, he has absorbed most of the Red Lotus hellfire within 1,000 miles. Now, only the largest Red Lotus is left. Gong Yangxian said with a complicated expression. Has the news spread? Gong Yangzi asked in a low voice. Yes, family head. Now, all the experts in the Central Territory should have received the news. Gong Yangxian smiled. The great treasure has appeared below the battlefield of sins. Haha, when everyone comes and sees the earth-shaking changes in the battlefield of sins, they will definitely think that the great treasure is in Bai Qi's hands. At that time, Bai Qi will not be able to explain himself, Gong Yangzi said in a low voice. Yes, once Bai Qi starts a conflict with everyone, Yang Chuan and his group will definitely return. At that time, with the help of all the experts in the Central Territory, we can completely eliminate Yang Chuan. Family head is wise, Gong Yangxian said with emotion. Family head is wise. Everyone was in awe. Gong Yangzi smiled faintly and looked at Bai Qi in the distance as if victory was in his hands. The 4 dragons sat cross-legged in 4 directions, protecting Bai Qi. At this moment, Bai Qi had entered the largest red lotus hellfire and was trying his best to absorb it. This red lotus was like a large lake. It was extremely large and could not be completely absorbed in a short period of time. Rumble. A muffled sound seemed to come from underground. Hey, Dragon Fifth, did you hear something? Qi Shuo asked strangely. No. Dragon Fifth shook his head. I think I heard it too. Tu Long said uncertainly. A low voice, I think. Da Hua shook his head. The four dragons looked at each other strangely. Bai Qi, who was absorbing the red lotus hellfire, frowned. Why is the hellfire here endless? After absorbing a portion, it automatically replenishes itself. Bai Qi frowned. Then, Bai Qi moved back and forth in the red lotus hellfire, disrupting the burning of the hellfire. However, the hellfire quickly recovered. No, this is a formation, a seal. What is it suppressing with endless sins? Bai Qi looked around in surprise. Is this a cover left behind by the Lotus God? Is it something that belongs to the Lotus God, or is it something that the Lotus God is afraid of others knowing? Bai Qi suddenly frowned. 7 fiends. Bai Qi suddenly shouted. Lord Bai. The 7 fiends looked at Bai Qi in confusion. Go and see the Holy King immediately. Tell him that there are changes in the battlefield of sins, Bai Qi said in a deep voice. Huh. The 7 evils was confused. Hurry up and go, Bai Qi shouted. Yes. The 7 malevolent spirits soared into the sky and flew towards the celestial arcanum sect. In the distance, the group of experts from the Gongyang family looked at the 7 demons in confusion. Family head, that abyss dragon is about to escape. Will something happen to it? Should we take it down? Gong Yangxian asked worriedly. I might not be able to. Forget it. As long as Bai Qi is here, everything will be fine, Gong Yangzi said solemnly. Yes. At this moment, in the archaic mysteries sect. Hong tilde 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 tilde. The celestial arcanum sect was like the void collapsing under the impact of countless destructive forces as it exploded unrestrainedly. The huge explosion caused the earth to tremble violently. Ripples formed on the earth and spread out in all directions. All the disciples of the celestial arcanum sect who had escaped were looking at the shaking earth in confusion. Yaro Tianshang and Zhu looked at each other. On the other side, the Holy King was fighting against Miao and Zhao Arfang. Zhao Arfang was pleasantly surprised. With the cooperation of Miao, the light of misfortune was endless. At this moment, the light of misfortune was as huge as the ocean and attacked the Holy King. The Holy King was still at ease, but the sudden explosion of the celestial arcanum sect behind him made him lose his composure. The huge celestial arcanum sect was rumored to have an endless array that even the Holy Kings would be trapped in. Now, it was destroyed by Yang Chuan. The Holy King could not help but turn his head to look. That subconscious action was extremely dangerous. At that moment, the light of misfortune that Zhao Arfang controlled seemed to have surrounded the Holy King. The disciples of the Holy King were also shocked. Oh no! The Holy King reacted quickly. He wanted to dodge, but there was nowhere to hide. He could only release a large number of protective shields to block it. However, this was the light of misfortune. It had no destructive power and could penetrate all protective shields and Dharma treasures. Whoosh! It went through the protective shields and went straight to the group of people in the center. Bastard! The Holy King shouted. However, the blue light had already entered his body. Miao! Miao said proudly. The battle with Heaven Sage Wu had made Miao's control of the heavenly path more precise. Zhao Arfang was also controlling the blue light. Although it could not do anything to the Holy King could not do anything to it. Right now, the Holy King was being invaded by the light of misfortune. Miao was extremely proud. Whoosh! With a flick of his sleeve, the Holy King led the disciples and jumped out of the battlefield and flew into the sky. Miao, don't run, Miao shouted. Miao, don't chase. Let's see how the king is doing, Zhao Arfang said worriedly. Whoosh! Yang Chuan suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Arfang. I'm fine, Yang Chuan said with a smile. Then, Yang Chuan looked coldly at Mei Gao Ku in the sky. Mei Gao Ku looked down with a complicated expression. The archaic Arcanum sect was no longer in ruins, but a dark abyss. The famous archaic Arcanum sect was destroyed in an instant. This scene was completely out of Mei Gao Ku's expectations. He turned to look at Yang Chuan. Facing Yang Chuan's cold eyes, Mei Gao Ku suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He was a holy king. Why should he be afraid of him? He looked at Yang Chuan, Miao, and Zhao Afang again. For a moment, Mei Gao Ku could only smile bitterly. Not only did he not catch the cat, he even provoked this enemy. Mei Gao Ku no longer underestimated Yang Chuan. No matter what the reason was, even he could not destroy the archaic Arcanum sect to this extent. Let's go. Mei Gao Ku flung his sleeve. He quickly left with the disciples. Miao, coward, don't run. Miao shouted angrily. Miao, there's no need to chase. After being hit by the light of misfortune, and in such a large amount, even a holy king would face disaster. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Miao, she got off easy. Miao was still angry. The archaic Arcanum sect was blown into a huge crater. The archaic Arcanum sect disciples were at a loss because Tian Jizi did not come out at all. Yang Chuan led the group and flew closer. In the huge crater, Tian Jizi's shadow was nowhere to be seen. Yarrow Tianshang and Zhu also flew over quickly. The two looked at Yang Chuan strangely. Yang Di, good move. Zhu said strangely. Archaic Arcanum sect. That was the archaic Arcanum sect. Yang Chuan actually turned it into this. The sect that was known to be in control of the Central Territory actually exploded with a flip of Yang Chuan's hand. Yang Di, how did you do it? And that star source, how did you make it explode? How did you do it? Yarrow Tianshang asked straightforwardly. It was a coincidence. Yang Chuan did not say much. Is Tian Jizi dead? Zhao Afang frowned. I don't think so. That old guy is very shrewd. Yang Chuan said coldly. Miao, that bad guy is hiding. Mph, he ran so fast. Miao said unhappily. I think Tian Jizi is regretting it to death now. The archaic Arcanum sect's array is secondary. The most important thing is the star source. You actually made it explode. Zhao Afang laughed. Yang Chuan was about to say something. Roar. A dragon's roar came from afar. Everyone turned to look. 7 demons. Yin Hentian was shocked. Miao, isn't he protecting Bai Qi? Miao was also puzzled. The archaic Arcanum sect exploded, and a loud sound swept through the entire Central Territory. A huge earthquake also came from the battlefield of sins. Rumble. The earth churned. Gong Yangzi raised his eyebrows. Patriarch, this loud sound, could it be the so-called giant treasure? Gong Yangxian's expression changed. Quick, let's go take a look. Gong Yangzi said immediately. Yes. Everyone was just about to get up. In the distance, a loud sound suddenly came from the battlefield of sins. Crack. The sound of the earth cracking could be heard. Suddenly, endless black gas rushed up to the sky. Rumble. It was as if a huge suction force was sucking in the vitality of the surroundings. Countless plants withered instantly, and the earth cracked instantly. The water evaporated, and the original earth was like a desert. Hualalala. Outside the battlefield of sins, the surrounding earth was constantly turning into sand. A vast desert suddenly formed and spread in all directions. The place where Gong Yangzi was also a desert. Turning into sand? There is something under the battlefield of sins. Gong Yangzi's expression suddenly changed. What? Everyone was stunned at first, and then showed a look of ecstasy. Patriarch, could it be the giant treasure? Gong Yang Lei said excitedly. It's very likely that I have already smelled the treasure. Gong Yangxian interrupted. Treasure? It's actually here. Gong Yangzi was also delighted. After all, everyone was not far from the treasure. Everyone's eyes were filled with fanaticism. However, at this moment, whoosh, a black wind suddenly swept in all directions. In the black wind stood a black-robed figure, surrounded by a large number of heavenly demons flying in all directions. Ha 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 ha, the rumor is true. There is indeed a giant treasure in the battlefield of sins. The person who spread the rumor is indeed a good person. Ha ha ha. An excited voice was heard. Evil old demon? Gong Yangxian's expression stiffened. Swish. Another whirlwind blew, and the surrounding heavenly demons scattered. In midair, a white-robed man looked coldly at the battlefield of sins. Fortunately, I have a lot of free time and came to investigate according to the rumor. There is indeed something. Who spread the rumor? The white-robed man said in a deep voice. Dongfang Bubai? Gongyang Ben Lei. Swish. Swish. One figure after another gathered from all directions. They kept exclaiming about the person who spread the rumor. Why are there so many people here? How can they be so fast? Gong Yangxian said with an ugly expression. A Gong Yangzi disciple said, Ancestor, it seems that we spread the rumor. Everyone in the Gong Yangzi family. But we didn't expect that the treasure was really below. Gong Yangxian wanted to cry but had no tears. Gong Yangzi was also extremely depressed, and his face instantly darkened. Chapter 1261. Whoosh. Whoosh. One figure after another quickly gathered outside the battlefield of sins. More and more experts arrived at the same time, as if they had agreed beforehand. The experts looked at each other, their brows furrowed. When Gong Yangzi arrived, the Gong Yangzi disciples all had bitter looks on their faces. This was supposed to be a fight between him and Bai Qi, but because of the orders of the family head, so many experts came. How could they compete? In Gong Yangzi's opinion, this 100-devil fiend was a troublesome person to deal with. When 100-devil fiend was born, even Sage Shimon couldn't do anything to him. And then there was Invincible East. Although he didn't know the details, all the information showed that Invincible East had never lost a battle. And then there were the surrounding ancestral immortals. Roar, roar, roar. Dragon Fifth, Torvosaurus, and Huahua glared at everyone. On the other side, Bai Qi knew that his time was limited, so he frantically extracted the karmic fire. Boom! The karmic fire surged into Bai Qi's body. Suddenly, countless small red lotuses appeared around Bai Qi's body. Rumble! The tribulation clouds in the sky struck down on Bai Qi. Roar! Bai Qi let out a long roar as he took a step forward and charged into the tribulation clouds. Kill! Boom! The tribulation cloud exploded with a loud bang. Bai Qi stood in the center, coldly looking at everyone around him. What a strong killing intent! 100-devil fiend said in a low voice. Countless heavenly devils flew around old devil 100 fiend. However, when they got close enough to Bai Qi, they couldn't help but retreat. Bai Qi's killing intent caused even the heavenly devils to show fear in their eyes. Ka. The land was still in a frenzy of desertification, rapidly expanding in all directions. Everyone stared at the ground. On the ground, there were 8 intersecting fissures. From the fissures, there was a muffled rumbling sound. These 8 cracks were fiercely extracting the vitality of the surroundings, causing the ground to quickly turn into sand. And at the intersection of these 8 cracks, there was an extremely exquisite blood-red lotus. The lotus constantly extended vines, as if constantly blocking the cracks. Gradually, the vines completely blocked the 8 cracks, and the cracks could no longer absorb any more life force. A huge lotus flower. Roar! The lotus blossomed, and a blood-red dragon coiled within it. The dragon had a ferocious look on its face as it roared at everyone. A sin dragon? 100 evil old demons said in a deep voice. Roar! Who are you? How dare you break the lotus god's seal? The evil red dragon stood up and glared at the others coldly. Seal of the lotus god? The eyes of countless cultivators in the surroundings suddenly lit up. Everyone knew that the battlefield of sin was originally a place where the lotus god had thrown away all the sins that had destroyed this world. However, it was not casually thrown away. Instead, it was used to seal something. What was there in the world back then that was worthy of the lotus god sealing it? Why did the lotus god seal him? Boom! In the distance, another stream of light flashed by. Yang Chuan and his group arrived in front of him in an instant. Accompanying Yang Chuan were the 7 fiends, Zhao Afang, Yin Hentian, Miao, and even Yarou Tianshang and Zhu. It's here. Yarou Tianshang's eyes widened. He nodded. Holy ruler. Bai Qi flew over with the 3 dragons and immediately said respectfully, "What's going on?" Yang Chuan asked in a deep voice. "I have been absorbing the red lotus karmic fire. However, in the end, I discovered that there was a formation here. I tried to break it, and it ended up like this," Bai Qi said with a frown. "The lotus god's seal?" Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yang Chuan turned his head and looked at the people around him. At this moment, more and more people gathered around. In just a short while, more than a dozen factions had gathered. Everyone stared at the evil red dragon below and the various factions. After all, none of the people here were weak. Almost all of them were ancestral immortals. Since they had come separately, no one would take the initiative to give up on the great treasure before them. "Sect Master Dongfang?" Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. In the distance, Dongfang Bubai looked at Yang Chuan with a frown and nodded. "Yang Di, ha ha ha, I knew it. Yang Chuan, you are not simple. I knew it when you were in the spiritual world. I did not expect you to grow so quickly. If I had known, I would have left you in the spiritual world," 100 Evil Old Demon said with a deep smile. "If you were a prophet, you would not have been sealed," Yang Chuan said indifferently. "Ha ha." 100 Evil Old Demon laughed strangely. The people of the Gongyang family took a step back. They did not want to have anything to do with Yang Chuan. "Evil Red Dragon? You mentioned the Lotus God's name. Do you not know the Lotus God's position in the hearts of the people?" Suddenly, a laugh was heard. Indeed, the Lotus God was the enemy of the world. This evil red dragon was using the Lotus God's name to scare the people. Everyone looked over. They saw a black-robed man standing in the void. There was a crack between his eyebrows that looked like an eye. "Ming Tianhan, the great Xing Heavenly Emperor?" Gong Yangzi said with a frown. At the mention of Ming Tianhan's name, everyone raised their eyebrows. Ming Tianhan had always been in the Netherworld, so he was not well known in the Yang realm. Many people had never seen him. However, how could a heavenly emperor be weak? Yang Chuan also looked at Ming Tianhan. He was the one who captured 2 sages. Yang Chuan's expression changed. He suddenly understood. Ming Tianhan had come for Meigao Cave. Below, the evil red dragon in the center of the lotus looked coldly at Ming Tianhan. "I did not know the Lotus God's position in the hearts of the people. 1,000,000 years ago, I was just a wisp of evil energy. It was the Lotus God who enlightened me and let me stay here. However, I knew that the Lotus God was invincible." Everyone's expression changed when they heard the name of the Lotus God. "This is the seal left by the Lotus God. Whoever dares to touch it will be the Lotus God's enemy." The evil red dragon continued to be arrogant. Ha 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 ha. The experts around laughed. Indeed, the Lotus Goddess was extremely strong. She was so strong that nobody could defeat her. However, the Lotus Goddess would always be their enemy. Since 1,000,000 years ago, she would never stop until one of them was dead. At this moment, how could they still give face to her? "Little guy, I have never seen the Lotus God, but I have heard about it. Let me ask you, what is under the seal of the lotus?" Evil Old Demon asked in a low voice. No one was in a hurry to attack. Everyone stared at the evil red dragon. What was it? What treasure? The evil red dragon looked at everyone with a frown. He did not understand their attitude. "Temph, come and get it if you can." The evil red dragon did not want to say more. The evil red dragon was extremely stubborn. Yarou Tianshang frowned and said in a low voice, "Yang Di. Perhaps we need your help." Yarou Tianshang said with a bitter smile. "What is it?" "This treasure is related to my and Ju's lives. Yang Di, please help us," Yarou Tianshang said with a frown. "Oh." Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. His eyes were full of suspicion. Yarou Tianshang smiled bitterly and said, "With the treasure before us, I know Yang Di will find it hard to believe my words. How about this? I will not ask Yang Di to help us get this treasure. I just want to touch it. Yang Chuan looked at Yarou Tianshang with a puzzled expression. Ju and I owe Yang Di a favor. We just need to touch it. Yarou Tianshang said solemnly. It was not that Yarou Tianshang was not strong enough. The problem was that there were too many experts at the moment. If he wanted to achieve his goal, he had to find someone to form an alliance with. Yarou Tianshang had just seen the strength of Yang Chuan's group. He could only form an alliance with Yang Chuan now. Not far away, Ming Tianhan suddenly said, back then, there seemed to be only one thing that the Lotus God suppress. Everyone raised their eyebrows when they heard Ming Tianhan's words. The Sand Emperor's crown? Evil old demon's eyes widened. The Sand Emperor's crown? That's right. The ground was turning into sand just now. It should be that treasure, Gong Yangzi said with a change in expression. Suddenly, everyone's eyes lit up with greed. The Sand Emperor's crown? Yin Hentian said, raising his eyebrows. What is the Sand Emperor's crown? Yang Chuan asked seriously. Holy King, I remember now. Back then, the Lotus God destroyed the world and was nearly invincible. However, legend has it that there is a treasure that can counter the Lotus God. That is the Sand Emperor's crown, Yin Hentian said after a deep breath. Oh! The Sand Emperor's crown was the strongest treasure of a peerless expert who occupied 2 continents in the Third Epoch. That person was called the Sand Emperor, and he was from the same era as Bai Huang. Furthermore, the two became famous at the same time. Bai Huang had the World Tree, and the Sand Emperor had a golden crown. The difference was that the World Tree was only a support-type treasure, while the Sand Emperor's crown was definitely an offensive-type treasure, Yin Hentian explained. Oh! Occupied 2 continents. Yang Chuan's expression changed. 2 continents and 72 dominions. This Sand Emperor must have been an extraordinary person. Yes. For some reason, the Sand Emperor died, but he left the Sand Emperor's crown behind. Rumor has it that someone obtained it and used it to kill a sage. This treasure could kill a sage as easily as killing a pig or a dog. Its power shook the world. However, it disappeared in the end. Yin Hentian explained. Killing a sage as easily as killing a sage with the Sand Emperor's crown? The 7 demons and the other dragons at the side gaped. Are you kidding? Are sages so easy to kill? Yin Hentian smiled bitterly and said, that is indeed the case. My Yin family has records that there was indeed a sage who died under the Tsar's crown. However, no one could find him after that. When the Lotus God destroyed the world, the heavens issued an order for all living beings to search for the Tsar's crown. However, there was no news of the Tsar's crown until the heavens fell. So, the Lotus God found it and even sealed it. Yin Hentian smiled bitterly. That's not right. Since the Lotus God found it, why not make good use of it? Miao asked, puzzled. Rumor has it that the Sand Emperor's crown is xenophobic. It can automatically identify living beings from the great evil world and the great good world and instinctively attack them. Perhaps this is why the Lotus God could not make use of it. In the end, she could not even bring it away. Therefore, she used all her sins to seal it. Yin Hentian said. The Sand Emperor's crown? Many people around them were envious. Those fanatical gazes made the evil dragon in the lotus speechless. Am I so weak? Chapter 1262. No one is allowed to touch the Lotus God seal. I advise you all to leave as soon as possible. Sin Dragon continued. How arrogant. Suddenly, someone shouted angrily. It was Gong Yangxian who stepped forward. Gong Yangxian took a step forward, but the others didn't say anything. They just coldly watched this scene. Roar. Sin Dragon roared at Gong Yangxian. Gong Yangxian's lips curled into a sneer as he slashed at Sin Dragon with his long sword. Gong Yangxian was an ancestral immortal, after all. The power of his sword instantly formed a vast energy sword that surged with sword chi toward Sin Dragon. Sin Dragon shouted coldly. The blood lotus that carried Sin Dragon suddenly erupted with dazzling red light. Wherever the red light passed, red karmic fire lotuses appeared in the void and shot toward Gong Yangxian's sword chi. The flames of the red karmic fire lotuses collided with the sword chi. The largest red karmic fire lotus crashed into Gong Yangxian's energy sword. Boom! The void trembled. The red karmic fire lotuses and the energy sword were in a stalemate. Karmic fire of heaven and earth, gather at my center, Sin Dragon shouted. Rumble. Countless red energy surged toward the blood lotus from all directions. Under Sin Dragon's control, the blood lotus spewed more and more red karmic fire lotuses toward Gong Yangxian. Oh, no! Gong Yangxian's face sank. Boom! The heavenly Tao soared into the sky. Gong Yangxian's body merged with the heavenly Tao, and his strength skyrocketed. However, the red karmic fire lotuses seemed to be growing as well. The blood lotus absorbed the karmic fire from all directions and spewed out red karmic fire that attacked Gong Yangxian. What an impressive lotus god seal, Dongfang Bubai said in a low voice. Indeed. It gathers the sins of heaven and earth to form red karmic fire lotuses. No wonder the red karmic fire lotuses on the battlefield of sins haven't dissipated for so long. It turns out that this formation is constantly drawing from heaven and earth. Nearby, Zhu and Yarrow Tianshang frowned. Sin Dragon controlled the red karmic fire lotus to attack Gong Yangxian. Heavenly Tao? Sin Dragon's face darkened. Sin Dragon's eyes turned cold as he stomped his foot. Roar. Sin Dragon stepped out of the blood lotus and appeared in front of Gong Yangxian. He slammed his head against the heavenly Tao. Boom. The heavenly way remained the same, but the body of the evil dragon strangely entered Gong Yangxian's heavenly way in an instant. What? Countless cultivators in the surroundings were shocked. Could the evil dragon ignore the heavenly law? Awoo. The Sin Dragon rushed into the heavenly Tao and swallowed Gong Yangxian. Boom. The heavenly Tao collapsed. Gong Yangxian had already entered the Sin Dragon's stomach. Bastard, you dare. Gong Yang's face sank, and he struck out with his palm. Roar. He swung his dragon tail at Gong Yang's palm energy. Boom. The void shook violently. A storm was brewing. Yang Chuan nodded at Bai Qi. Bai Qi instantly charged into the battlefield as well. Slash. Bai Qi slashed at the blood lotus with his saber. In the distance, Evil Dragon, who was fighting with Gong Yangzi, suddenly changed his expression. Bastard, stop. The Evil Dragon shouted angrily. However, would Bai Qi listen to the Evil Dragon? When the saber slashed down, it was as if the heavens had fallen. A huge crack was instantly cut open in the void. Blood Lotus, kill, the Evil Dragon roared. The huge Blood Lotus spewed out red lotus karmic fire again and charged at Bai Qi's saber. The moment the karmic fire appeared, many cultivators in the surroundings retreated. This time, the karmic fire covered the sky and covered the earth, charging at Bai Qi like a surging river. Others could not wait to avoid the red lotus karmic fire. However, this red lotus karmic fire was nothing to Bai Qi. He did not even merge with the heavenly Tao. He only used his physical body to charge at the red lotus karmic fire. What? The Evil Dragon exclaimed. Slash. Hong tilde 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 tilde. The vast crimson lotus flower was sliced in half and exploded with a loud bang. No. The Evil Dragon exclaimed. Boom. The blood lotus exploded, and the red lotus karmic fire spread in all directions. For a moment, the world was covered in fiery red. Countless cultivators immediately fled in panic, especially those from the Gong Yangzi family. They all retreated. Only a group of ancestral immortals remained. They merged with the heavenly Taos and coldly watched the scene unfold. The lotus god seal was broken. Boom. The original 8 rifts suddenly expanded. For a moment, life force surged toward the center. Whoosh. The desert expanded rapidly, reaching over 10,000 miles in an instant. Rumble. The desert trembled. Below the primordial blood lotus, an extremely violent aura slowly spread out. All the ancestral immortals opened their eyes wide. At this moment, the center of the desert moved to 2 sides. As it moved, a 30-meter-tall crown slowly floated out of the desert. As soon as the crown appeared, the surrounding world instantly dried up. The clouds within 10,000 miles were instantly sucked dry. Sand flew into the sky, and the entire world was instantly filled with a sandstorm. The ruthless aura was emitted from this crown. The Sand Emperor's crown? Someone suddenly shouted. This sound was like a signal, and almost everyone moved. Boom! In an instant, the various experts suddenly activated their heavenly Tao. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of heavenly Tao appeared in the desert. The scene became even more chaotic. Yang Chuan, I'll trust you this time, Yang Chuan suddenly said. At this moment, Yarou Tianshang and Zhu had already lost all hope. They didn't expect that Yang Chuan would actually say that he would trust them this time. What? What was Yang Chuan thinking? Miao, Afang. Yang Chuan called out. Miao, understood. Miao called out. Boom. Under Miao's control. In an instant, more than 2,000 heavenly Tao appeared behind Miao. The expressions of the people who were originally charging toward the Sand Emperor's crown changed. I'll grab. Miao shouted. A cat's paw imbued with the power of heaven and earth slammed toward the people in front of her. The first to bear the brunt was Demon 100 Evil. Demon 100 Evil's expression changed. He met Miao's paw head-on. Zhao Afang used Miao as a guide and directed a large amount of blue light toward Ming Tianhan. Ming Tianhan's expression darkened. He quickly led his subordinates to dodge the light of misfortune. Zhu also stepped forward, surrounded by heavenly Tao. At the same time, she struck a palm toward Invincible East. With a single palm strike, it was as if a gigantic white dragon had appeared, charging straight at Invincible East. Invincible East's expression turned cold. He also struck with a palm. Gong Yangzi and the evil dragon both charged toward them. Bai Qi stepped forward. Roar! Behind Bai Qi, a golden giant suddenly appeared. The giant's golden light was dazzling. A violent murderous aura rushed toward the two. Slash! Bai Qi slashed down with his saber. A huge crack was instantly torn open in the void. What? Gong Yangzi's expression changed. Roar! The evil dragon roared. Boom! Bai Qi's saber was unstoppable. The evil dragon's horn was instantly cut off. The saber hit the evil dragon hard. The evil dragon with a broken horn was instantly smashed deep into the ground. The power of the saber didn't decrease. It continued to charge toward Gong Yangzi. Not good. Gong Yangzi's expression changed. He reached out his hand and thrust his sword into the sky. Boom! Under the domineering power, Gong Yangzi was instantly pushed back. The 7 fiends, Dragon 5th, Barbaric Dragon, and Hua Hua were the remaining ancestral immortals who were enemies with Yin Hentian. When Yin Hentian's Polychoria was activated, a large number of experts disappeared. The 4 dragons also fought with all their strength. Rumble. The scene was extremely chaotic. However, at this moment, Invincible East, Evil Old Demon, Ming Tianhan, and Gong Yangzi were all looking at Yang Chuan, who was standing in the air in shock. This was because the scene before them was as if Yang Chuan was fighting against everyone by himself. That's right, everyone. In fact, Yang Chuan didn't even make a move himself. Although it was only a short burst of power and many people couldn't get used to it, it was enough to make everyone gasp. Boom! Yarou Tianshang instantly arrived in front of the Tsar Emperor's crown. He reached out his hand and pressed it. Wang! The Tsar Emperor's crown suddenly trembled. Then, the yellow sand in the sky fell as if it had been ignited. A circle of golden flames appeared around the Tsar Emperor's crown. Boom! The entire Tsar Emperor's crown seemed to be on fire. Swish! Yarou Tianshang quickly retreated. Thank you, Yang Di. Yarou Tianshang said gratefully. The previous battle also seemed to have stopped in an instant. However, everyone's attitude towards Yang Chuan was different now. Evil Old Demon looked at Miao with a conflicted look in his eyes. Who are you? Why do I feel that you are so familiar? Evil Old Demon stared at Miao and shouted. On the other side, Ming Tianhan looked coldly at Yang Chuan and Miao. Zhu and Invincible East also separated. The two of them looked at each other coldly for a while. The two of them were once the strongest in Yang Chuan's sealed world. This was the first time they fought. Ju was slightly inferior, but he still managed to block Invincible East for a while. On the other side, Gong Yangzi looked at Bai Qi angrily. Bai Qi, on the other hand, landed on the ground. Roar! Bai Qi stepped on the evil dragon whose dragon horn was broken. The evil dragon let out a painful cry. In the center, the Tsar Emperor's crown was burning. As it burned, countless grains of sand on the ground quickly gathered under the Tsar Emperor's crown. Rumble. The grains of sand gathered and became smaller and smaller. Gradually, the grains of sand gathered and formed a human figure. The Tsar Emperor's crown also became smaller and smaller as it burned. In the golden flames, there seemed to be a human figure wearing a crown. In the hand of this person, there seemed to be a golden scepter. What is going on? Everyone stared at it in shock. The golden flames became smaller and smaller until it disappeared completely. The figure formed by the sand was completely exposed in front of everyone. He was wearing a gorgeous golden dragon robe and a golden crown. He held a golden scepter in his hand. He looked extremely arrogant as he looked at everyone. Everyone suddenly looked at Ju and Yarou Tianshang at the same time. This man wearing the Tsar Emperor's crown and holding the golden scepter looked exactly the same as Yarou Tianshang and Ju. They looked exactly the same. You are the Tsar. Evil old demon's expression suddenly changed as he shouted. The Tsar. Everyone's expression changed. Didn't the Tsar die in the Third Era? Yin Hentian was also surprised. Ju and Yarou Tianshang had strange expressions on their faces. The existence of the two of them was already incredible. Why was there another person who looked like them in front of them? Chapter 1263. He wore a golden crown and held a golden scepter in his hand. It was a figure completely made of sand. The Tsar. Almost everyone stared at him with a frown. Sniff. The man sniffed in satisfaction, turned his head, and looked around. The Fourth Era? The Tsar took a deep breath and sighed. So much of the heavenly path has collapsed. Just in time, the Tsar suddenly revealed a sinister smile. He waved the scepter in his hand. Boom! 18 whirlwinds suddenly appeared around the Tsar. The whirlwinds soared into the sky. For a moment, the whirlwinds seemed to emit a dazzling light. The whirlwinds slowly condensed into pillars. 18 pillars that reached the heavens and the earth. Rumble. The pillars emitted a terrifying aura. Heavenly path. Yin Hentian raised his eyebrows. This is the heavenly path that doesn't exist in this world. He's mending the heavenly path. Miao said in surprise. Boom. 18 heavenly paths suddenly formed and soared into the sky. Boom. In an instant, the boundless merit of heaven and earth rushed toward the Tsar. The Tsar closed his eyes and enjoyed absorbing the merit from the heavens and the earth. In the sky, there were thousands of rays of light. On the ground, there were auspicious auras everywhere. One could vaguely see the phantoms of countless divine beasts dancing in the sky. Heavenly music floated in the air, and exotic fragrances filled the air. Another 18 heavenly paths have been added. There are still dozens of incomplete heavenly paths left. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Ha 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 ha, I'm back. The Tsar suddenly shouted excitedly after absorbing the merit. His loud voice reached the heavens. Who are you? Yarou Tianshang frowned again and shouted. The Tsar vented and turned to look at Yarou Tianshang and Ju. The three of them looked exactly the same. The Tsar's eyes flashed. You are more complicated than I thought. How are you related to us? Ju asked in a low voice. Haha, me? Am I not you? The Tsar laughed evilly. No, you are different from us, but I feel a connection between you and us. Ju shook his head. All these years, the things we obtained in our minds were passed down to us by you. Yarou Tianshang frowned. You are indeed my other half. The Tsar said with satisfaction. Ju's eyes narrowed. You're actually wary of me? Ha ha ha. The Tsar suddenly shook his head and laughed. However, Ju and Yarou Tianshang did not let down their guard. You and I are one. I am the Tsar, but I am also not the Tsar anymore, the Tsar said in a deep voice. Oh. In the past, The Tsar was insufferably arrogant and domineering. Unfortunately, there were still powerful experts in the end. During a battle, he was arrogant and careless, and was cut in half along with his soul. The Tsar said in a deep voice. Cut him in half. Many people around revealed looks of shock. The Tsar's strength was evident from the rumors. In the past, even the heavens were looking for the Tsar's crown to fight against the Lotus God. There was no doubt about the Tsar's strength. Such a powerful figure was actually cut in half by another person. Is this for real? Cut him in half? How could he still be alive after his soul was sliced in half? Yarou Tianshang frowned. Haha. Others might not be able to do it, but I, the Tsar, can do it. Cut him in half. Back then, I used a soul replenishing technique to send one half into the cycle of reincarnation while the other half was sealed in the Tsar's crown. However, the two souls were too weak. This half of my soul carried my memories, and your half carried my will. As long as my half of my soul is not destroyed, your half of your soul will never be destroyed. However, I did not expect your half of your soul to become two, the Tsar said in surprise. Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed shocked expressions. Normally, when one's soul was cut in half, one's body and soul would be destroyed. However, not only did the Tsar not die, but he was also cut in half. Who is it? Who can kill us? Yarou Tianshang said with a frown. At this moment, Yarou Tianshang already believed the Tsar's words. The Tsar smiled faintly and looked at the surrounding cultivators. Then, he shook his head and said, that person. Even if I told you, you would not know. Let's go. I'll show you the Tsar's treasure trove. The Tsar's treasure trove? The eyes of the surrounding cultivators immediately lit up. The Tsar waved his hand. Boom. A large amount of sand suddenly gathered on the ground below. The sand carried the Tsar, Yarou Tianshang, and Ju into the air. Where is it? Yarou Tianshang asked out of curiosity. The Tsar looked at the starry heavens and said, it is there. There is an astral region that completely belongs to me. Let's go. I'll show you. As the Tsar spoke, he looked around coldly. The Tsar believed that no one would dare to stop him here. The group of three soared into the sky and flew towards the distant starry heavens. Indeed, no one in the surroundings tried to stop the three. The Tsar's appearance already shocked many people. Everyone frowned as they looked at the sky. There was only one person, Dongfang Bubai. Dongfang Bubai showed a grave expression as he watched Yarou Tianshang and the other two soar into the sky. Then, he took a deep breath and soared into the sky, chasing after them. What? Dongfang Bubai went alone? He still wants to snatch the treasure trove from the Tsar? Is he crazy? Shocked voices rang out in the surroundings. However, no one accompanied Dongfang Bubai. Instead, Dongfang Bubai looked at the surrounding cultivators with complicated expressions. Naturally, Yang Chuan's group became the focus of everyone's attention. The sudden burst of power earlier had blocked everyone for a moment. However, there were no more conflicts of interest now. Many people frowned as they looked at Yang Chuan and left. Everyone quickly left. Ming Tianhan looked at Yang Chuan's group with a strange expression. In the end, he led his subordinates and left. In the blink of an eye, only the Gongyang clan's group and the 100 evil old demon remained. Gongyang Zi frowned as he looked at Bai Qi and the evil dragon under him. Clan head, old ancestor Gongyang Xian has already fallen. His life medallion shattered. Gongyang Benlei said bitterly. As Gongyang Zi spoke, everyone looked at Yang Chuan. Fate calamity? Could Yang Chuan really be the Gongyang clan's fate calamity? After scheming against Yang Chuan, the Gongyang clan suffered another heavy loss. Gongyang Zi looked at the evil dragon and then looked at Yang Chuan. He took a deep breath and said, let's go. Yes. The Gongyang clan's disciples replied bitterly. Whoosh. The group quickly left, leaving only the 100 evil old demon. The 100 evil old demon stared at Meow. Just now, when he fought with Meow, the 100 evil old demon felt a sense of familiarity. Meow. Ugly old man, why are you staring at me? Are you crazy? Meow suddenly shouted. Who are you? The 100 Evil Old Demon asked with a blank expression. Suddenly, the 100 Evil Old Demon's eyes lit up and he shouted in a high-pitched voice, "It's you." Meow. Meow looked at the 100 Evil Old Demon blankly. "You're not dead. You're not dead." The 100 Evil Old Demon exclaimed. Yang Chuan's eyes turned cold as he took a step forward. "100 Evil Old Demon, do you want to be sealed again?" Sheeing. Below, Bai Qi raised his saber and looked at the 100 Evil Old Demon coldly. Yin Henshin's face was dark while Zhao Afang's eyes were cold. The 7 malevolent dragons were also aggressive. This was because everyone could feel that the 100 Evil Old Demon was not friendly to Miao. The 100 Evil Old Demon looked at the group of people in front of him with a complicated expression. To be honest, back in the Inspiration Weave, even though he had the help of Yang Chuan's group, he did not take Yang Chuan seriously. But now, it was no longer a matter of whether he took Lin Fan seriously or not. The battle just now had proven everything. He could not do anything to Yang Chuan. In fact, Keikakik, let's wait and see, the 100 Evil Old Demon sneered. After saying that, the 100 Evil Old Demon took a step forward and shot into the distance. "Meow. Weird old man," Meow said in a displeased tone. "King, will he be okay?" Zhao Afang was slightly worried. "Don't worry, he will never be able to catch up to us," Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. "Millimeter." Zhao Afang nodded. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the evil dragon that was under Bai Qi's feet. "Sage King, how should we deal with this evil dragon?" Bai Qi asked. "Roar, you can't do this to me. If the Lotus Goddess finds out, you will not have a good ending." The evil dragon was still stubborn. The dragons looked at the evil dragon with pity. One should know that the dragons were even more stubborn than the evil dragon. Now, they were all obedient and pulling the carriage. "Sage King, the evil dragon is rare. It might be useful in the future. Why don't you let it live?" Bai Qi said. Yang Chuan looked at the evil dragon coldly. "All right, I'll leave it to you to train. After I take the world tree, let it stay with the 7 malevolent dragons." Yang Chuan nodded. "Yes." Bai Qi replied. "Train? Are you worthy of training me? What do you want?" The evil dragon shouted angrily. Bai Qi smiled coldly and said, "I only have one word for training. Beat. Boom. Rumble. Ang 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 ang. Rumble." The dragons turned their heads away. They could not bear to see this violent and bloody scene. 10 days later, in the Central Territory. In the center, there was a huge cypress tree that reached into the sky. Not far away was a manor. Yang Chuan led a group of people and looked at the huge tree in the distance. "It's back," Yang Chuan said in a low voice. "Meow, what a huge tree." Meow exclaimed. "The Bai family's cypress tree. As long as the cypress tree is alive, the Bai family will not be destroyed." Zhao Afang exclaimed. Yang Chuan took a deep breath and nodded. "As long as Bai Shu doesn't die, the Bai family won't perish. However, I have a bad feeling about this. Back then, when my soul first came into contact with Bai Shu was on the verge of death." "Meow, are you still a member of the Bai family?" Meow asked curiously. Yang Chuan took a deep breath and said, "Although the bloodline of this life is no longer the Bai family's, my soul, the birth of the origin soul, which is the birth of the soul of the first life, completely belongs to the Bai family. In other words, my soul came from this cypress tree." "Meow. Your first life was born in the great wide world." Meow looked at Yang Chuan strangely. "Yes, but as long as Bai Huang is around, it doesn't matter whether the cypress tree is around or not. Because Bai Huang can connect to the cypress tree. Bai Huang and the cypress tree were born at almost the same time, the Bai family's heavy soul," Yang Chuan explained. "Meow." Meow scratched its pitiful little head. It still could not understand. "Let's go. After we get the cypress tree, we will return to the capital immediately," Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Chapter 1264. The world tree was lush and towering into the cloud. Yang Chuan, Bai Qi, Zhao Afang, Yin Hentian, and Miao walked toward the world tree. Along the way, Yang Chuan looked at the giant tree in front of him affectionately. This was the beginning of the Bai family. The Bai family was born because of it. They walked step by step, as if they were showing infinite respect to the world tree. Outside the world tree, there were experts from various sects guarding it. As Yang Chuan's group approached, two immortals flew over. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Yang Chuan's group. "Stop!" one of the immortals shouted. Another immortal, who looked slightly older, pulled him back and looked at Yang Chuan and his group with astonishment in his eyes. "Greetings, Yang Di," the old immortal said respectfully. "Oh, you know me?" Yang Chuan asked, puzzled. The old immortal immediately smiled and said, "Emperor Yang's name has spread throughout the Central Territory. You destroyed the archaic mysteries sect, defeated the saints, and shone in the battlefield of sins. News has come from the sect, as well as portraits of Emperor Yang and the others. If we see them, we must not be rude." After the old immortal finished speaking, the younger immortal's expression changed. "Please forgive us, Yang Di." The immortal immediately apologized. Millimeter. Yang Chuan nodded. They continued walking toward the cypress tree. Yang Chuan's group ignored the two immortals. The two immortals did not dare to stop them. "Uncle Master, is this really Yang Chuan? What do we do now?" The younger immortal frowned. "We can't stop them. I'll watch from here. Return to the sect immediately and report to the sect leader," the old immortal said in a low voice. Yes, it was not just these two immortals. With Yang Chuan's appearance, more and more cultivators looked at Yang Chuan's group. After all, Yang Chuan was a sensitive person in the Central Territory, and the world tree was the most important thing in the world. What did Yang Chuan want? Could it be that he wanted the world tree? The news quickly spread in all directions. A day later, in a courtyard in the central weave, Gong Yangzi listened to the reports with a complicated expression. "Yang Chuan? He went to the world tree?" Gong Yangzi narrowed his eyes. "Patriarch, Yang Chuan wouldn't be so lawless as to dare to touch the world tree, right?" asked Gong Yang Ben Lei. "I hope he does. Let's go and take a look," Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice. In another place, Sage Mai Jiao Ku was with the regretful Tian Jizi. A person in front of him was reporting. "Yang Chuan? How dare you?" Tian Jizi glared. "Yang Chuan went to the world tree?" the saint asked in a low voice. Divine Predictor suddenly looked at Sage and said, "Plum Heights, tell me, what's so special about that cat? Why do you have to capture him like this?" "Divine Predictor, you worry too much." The sage shook his head. Tian Jizi was still in disbelief. "Overthinking? This cat doesn't have any karma. I've been calculating for a long time, but there's no news at all. It's as if this cat doesn't exist in this world. What's the matter with her? Haven't you already guessed it?" The sage smiled bitterly. "Firmament. Firmament's mysterious reincarnation?" Tian Jizi's expression changed. "Yes, I didn't expect her to still be alive." Mai Jiao Ku took a deep breath. "Mysterious, wonderful. Meow. It's actually her. It's actually her. This Yang Chuan, what great luck, what great luck." Tian Jizi's eyes flashed with resentment. In Tian Jizi's eyes, Yang Chuan was a jinx. Not only did he destroy Tian Jizi and the stellar source, but he also destroyed the Tsar's crown that he had been looking for. He didn't get any benefits from it. Now, Yang Chuan still wanted the world tree? "No, we have to go to the world tree. We can't let Yang Chuan destroy it," Tian Jizi said in a deep voice. The experts of the Central Territory once again flocked to the world tree. Under the world tree, Yang Chuan walked closer and looked at the towering world tree. He took a deep breath and said, "Cypress tree, I'm here again. And this time, it's a complete soul." With that, Yang Chuan sat cross-legged under the cypress tree. He put one hand on the tree and the other on his knee. He closed his eyes and felt with his heart. Meow. Meow jumped onto Zhao Afang's shoulder. Zhao Afang, Yin Hentian, and Bai Qi stood outside to protect Yang Chuan. With his eyes closed, Yang Chuan sat there. He sat there for 3 days straight. In 3 days, The news of Yang Chuan's arrival had spread in all directions. More and more experts gathered. However, countless experts just stopped in the distance and didn't disturb him. They just looked at Yang Chuan strangely, not knowing what Yang Chuan was doing. Yang Chuan tried to understand the world tree. He didn't make any progress in the first 3 days. On the 4th day, his spirit seemed to have entered a strange space. Bai Yi. Bai Yi. It seemed that in a dark environment, there were shouts. Old man. It's you. You can contact me from the great wide world. Old man. Yang Chuan suddenly shouted excitedly. However, there was no joyful voice from the other side. He was still shouting. Bai Yi. Bai Yi. I'm here, I'm here. Old man. Yang Chuan shouted in the spiritual world. However, it seemed that the other side couldn't hear Yang Chuan at all. He was still shouting Bai Yi. There was a sense of desolation in his voice. What's going on? Cypress, why is there only Bai Huang's voice? Cypress. Yang Chuan turned around and shouted at the huge world tree. Buzz. The world tree trembled slightly, as if a message had been sent to Yang Chuan's mind. This was not a language, but a message that only the Bo clan could clearly understand. The words that the old man gave me are sealed in the cypress. The words he said to me before he died. Yang Chuan suddenly cried out in shock. Impossible, how could the old man die? Impossible, the old man can't die. Yang Chuan suddenly shouted angrily, with a hint of fear in his voice. The cypress transmitted another message to Yang Chuan. The cypress withered back then because it felt that Bai Huang was dead and the Bai family was gone. That's why it withered and asked for death. No, it's absolutely impossible. They are just in the Great Thousand World, and the Great Thousand World can't be contacted. Cypress, this is not true, Yang Chuan exclaimed. This time, the cypress didn't send a message, but Bai Huang's voice slowly came. Bai Yi, I'm dying. I can understand that you will definitely come back to life. You will be fine. You are more ambitious than me in the Bai family. It is my fortune and the Bai family's fortune to be able to watch you grow up in my lifetime. My family is almost dead. I am the only one left. At this moment, I suddenly understood a lot. I even unsealed some ancient memories. It turns out that I came from the 3rd era of the First World. I was born in the 3rd era. Bai Yi, I'm dying. Let me leave you some last words. Haha. Bai Huang's free and easy voice came. Impossible, Bai Huang, how can you die? Didn't the Great Thousand World transcend? Didn't a transcender emerge? What about him? What about him? I gave the world to him. I sacrificed myself to help him transcend and live forever. What about him? My Bai family, he can't even protect me. My Bai family, he can't even protect me. Where is he? Yang Chuan suddenly roared. At this moment, hearing Bai Huang's last words, Yang Chuan's voice was full of despair. Infinite grief and indignation brewed in his heart. Transcend, you transcended. Why didn't you protect my family? Roar, why, roar. Yang Chuan roared to his heart's content. Although he didn't want to admit it, but since Bai Huang had spoken, the Bai family in the Great Thousand World would definitely be destroyed. However, there was already a transcender in the Great Thousand World. That person, Yang Chuan, had single-handedly helped him transcend in his first life, but in the end, he couldn't even protect his family. Why? Bai Huang was dead. The old man was dead. The past seemed to reappear in his mind. Little Bai Yi, come here. Who bullied you? Come, Grandpa will take you to spank him. Little Bai Yi, your parents are dead, but this is the fate of my Bai family. I am proud of them. Don't cry, Grandpa will accompany you in the future. Little Bai Yi, don't pull my beard, it hurts, it hurts. Little Bai Yi, do you know you were wrong? Next time, remember, if you burn a house, you have to hit the palm of your hand. Okay, don't cry. Sigh, Grandpa didn't pay attention. Okay, don't cry, Grandpa will take you to pick a peach of immortality to eat. Bai Yi, my Bai family is a servant of heaven and earth, a servant of the common people. It is our responsibility to protect the common people. Bai Yi, You want to establish a dynasty? Are you ready? Bai Yi, Grandpa will always be watching you, go do it. Scenes of memories instantly filled Yang Chuan's mind. Yang Chuan roared in his mind. In the outside world, where the flesh body was, Yang Chuan's eyes were flowing with tears. Meow. Yang Chuan is crying. He's crying. Meow exclaimed. Zhao Arfang, Bai Qi, and Yin Hentian also looked at Yang Chuan in surprise. They didn't know what had happened. But at this moment, no one dared to disturb him. Because everyone knew the relationship between Yang Chuan and Bai Shu, and that Bai Shu wouldn't harm Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan roared in grief in his mind. Extermination of the family? Even Bai Huang couldn't stop it. Bai Yi, this is just a message. I can't hear you, but I can guess your current expression. Don't be angry, I asked for it. Heh, I don't blame him. No one can save me, no one. Fortunately, there's still you, the Bai family still has you, or rather, there's still hope for my Bai family. Besides you, there's still the Purple Cloud Palace, which is the earth he mentioned, and the descendants of my Bai family. Bai Huang's voice sounded again. What happened? Old man, what the hell happened? Yang Chuan roared. Grandpa will leave first, little Bai Yi, no matter what you do, you will never change in Grandpa's heart. Remember, don't transcend easily, don't transcend, little Bai Yi. Bai Huang's voice became weaker and weaker. After the last voice, there was no more sound. Bai Huang's voice was completely gone. Old man, talk to me, old man. Grandpa. Grandpa tilde tilde tilde. Yang Chuan finally cried. Chapter 1265. Old man, talk to me, old man. Grandpa. Grandpa tilde tilde tilde. Yang Chuan finally started crying. In the spiritual space, Yang Chuan no longer had the majesty of an emperor. He no longer had the power to dominate the world. At this moment, he was just a grandson crying in grief. His whole body sank into a sorrowful roar. However, Bai Huang's voice could no longer be heard. The scenes of the past were like sharp knives stabbing into Yang Chuan's heart. Yang Chuan was indescribably sorrowful. In the spiritual space, he roared. In the outside world, Yang Chuan's body was also trembling, and his tears could not stop flowing. The sorrowful atmosphere was even more pervasive. Meow, Yang Chuan looks so sad. Meow seemed to be sad as well. Zhao Arfang looked worried. Yin Hentian and Bai Qi immediately turned around. Although the two of them were extremely curious about why Yang Chuan was crying, the two of them ultimately chose to avoid him. At the same time, in the distance, countless experts who were paying attention also looked surprised. Yang Chuan is crying? Are you kidding me? What did I just see? Someone exclaimed. Gong Yang's eyes were uncertain. Patriarch, did the Tree of World send some information to Yang Chuan? Gong Yangzi Ben Lei frowned. On the other side, Tian Jiz's face was extremely ugly. This Yang Chuan. Tian Jiz's face was gloomy. Tian Jizi, even if you use all means, you can't get any information from the Tree of World. Now, Yang Chuan's emotions are fluctuating. You don't think that Yang Chuan is crying because he can't get any information, do you? My Gao Ku said indifferently. Yang Chuan. Tian Jiz's eyes were cold. Go, inform all the sect leaders and experts on all the mountains. Tell them that the Tree of World is a treasure of the Central Territory. It's a treasure shared by all the people in the world. Whoever touches it will be an enemy of the people. No one is allowed to. Tian Jizi ordered the subordinates standing in front of him. Yes. Everyone quickly left. Under the Tree of World. It was unknown when Yang Chuan stopped crying. Perhaps his tears had dried up and there were no more tears left. Under the worried gazes of Zhao Arfang and Miao, Ji Yunyenji looked on. Yang Chuan slowly opened his eyes. He opened his bloodshot eyes. Miao. Miao wanted to ask. Zhao Arfang immediately stopped Miao. Miao, don't ask. Miao was puzzled. She looked at Yang Chuan's bloodshot eyes filled with hatred, then looked at Zhao Arfang's gentle gaze. Miao nodded. Oh. At this moment, Yang Chuan was no longer crying. Only his head was twitching slightly. His eyes were filled with wanton arrogance and anger. He raised his head and looked at the towering tree of world. Yang Chuan stepped back. He slowly left the area covered by the world tree leaf and stood outside the world tree. All around, countless practitioners looked confused. They didn't know what Yang Chuan was doing. Was he leaving? But Yang Chuan was facing the world tree. His gaze never left the world tree. Yang Chuan didn't stop until he was out of the range of the world tree. Zhao Afang and the others followed him outside. During this time, no one asked about Yang Chuan's change. They just watched quietly. They stared at the world tree. Yang Chuan's eyes suddenly flashed with determination. Roar! Yang Chuan suddenly roared to the sky. With this roar, an extremely ferocious aura suddenly erupted around Yang Chuan. With Yang Chuan as the center, it seemed like a violent wind was blowing in all directions. For a moment, sand and pebbles were flying. It was gray. Vaguely, everyone suddenly saw that behind Yang Chuan, countless emerald lights suddenly appeared. The emerald lights towered into the clouds. The lights formed the shape of a giant tree. The world tree? Someone exclaimed. The emerald light behind Yang Chuan was exactly the same as the world tree. However, the tree-shaped light behind Yang Chuan was much smaller. Rumble. The giant world tree suddenly shook as if it was responding to the emerald light behind Yang Chuan. The world tree suddenly emitted a large amount of green light. The green light rushed directly to the emerald light behind Yang Chuan as if it was replenishing the energy of the emerald light. The emerald green halo grew bigger and continued to expand. What's this? What's behind Yang Chuan? Countless surprised voices came. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. That's a soul mark. Yang Chuan's soul mark is actually a cypress tree. The Bai family. Yang Chuan is the reincarnation of the Bai family's soul. The voice was very weak, but it clearly reached the ears of some strong people. Tian Jizi, Mei Gao Ku, and Gong Yangzi all turned their heads. They saw that the person who spoke was actually evil old demon. Soul mark. Yang Chuan has been recognized by the world tree. He wants to take the world tree by force. Tian Jizi's face changed. In just a moment, the emerald light behind Yang Chuan had reached the size of the world tree. The huge light slowly approached the world tree. As it approached, it seemed to want to merge with the world tree. However, the world tree did not reject it at this moment. In the past, many cultivators had tried, but the world tree did not allow it. However, at this moment, it allowed Yang Chuan to merge with it with his soul mark. How dare you, Yang Chuan, you want to steal the world tree? Tian Jizi suddenly roared. Whoosh! Tian Jizi and Mei Gao Ku immediately rushed out. Following Tian Jizi's appearance, the various sect leaders also flew out, glaring at Yang Chuan in the center. How dare you? Yang Chuan, get out of the central territory. Get out of the world tree. Yang Chuan, do you want to become enemies with the whole world? Countless cultivators stared at Yang Chuan angrily. Boom! 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 About 10 ancestral immortals merged with the heavenly Tao and surrounded him. There were even sages among them. Tian Jizi held a horsetail whisk, his eyes cold. Old demon Bai Fiend smiled and stepped out as well. In the distance, Gong Yangzi's expression changed, and he also stepped out. Yang Chuan, the world tree belongs to everyone. It is not something you can touch alone. Who dares to step forward? Bai Qi stepped out, his eyes filled with killing intent. Don't do anything. Let me do it, Yang Chuan said in a hoarse voice. Yang Chuan's eyes were bloodshot. He looked at the cultivators rushing out from all directions, his eyes filled with hatred. He seemed to have found an outlet to vent the immense hatred in his heart. He looked at everyone coldly. Meow. Meow said worriedly. The king needs to vent. Zhao Afang was able to empathize with Yang Chuan instantly. Bai Qi and Yin Hentian looked confused, but they still stepped back respectfully. Standing in front of the world tree, Yang Chuan let his soul imprint merge with the world tree. He looked at the increasing number of people surrounding him with killing intent. In the blink of an eye, close to 100,000 cultivators surrounded the world tree. A sage, Tian Jizi, Gongyangzi, evil old demon, 10 ancestral immortals, and experts of 10,000 sects. Roar. Yang Chuan let out a furious roar. His eyes suddenly turned red and his long hair fluttered in the wind, turning into a blood-red color. Whoosh. In an instant, countless blood seas surrounded the land, covering the sky and covering the earth. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Afang and the others were submerged. However, they did not feel suffocated in the depths of the blood seas. It was as if Yang Chuan had specially left a small space for them to stay. The blood seas covered the entire world tree. Many of the surrounding mountains were submerged. The scene before them was as if the world tree had taken root in a vast sea. The blood waves kept rolling around the world tree. On a huge wave, Yang Chuan stood on it, looking at the 100,000 experts around him. Yang Chuan, let me ask you. Are you going to touch the world tree? As a sage, Meigao Cave led the crowd. Yang Chuan snorted coldly. He extended his hand and struck at the sage. Yang Chuan was extremely agitated at this moment. Bai Huang's death made Yang Chuan very angry. What kind of people were these? Yang Chuan naturally knew that the grapes were sour when one couldn't eat them. In his current mood, how could he be in the mood to argue? Whoever dared to stop him, he would kill. Without hesitation, he struck at the sage. The sage was also stunned by Yang Chuan's strike. Why did this Yang Chuan attack without saying anything? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you attack a sage? The world tree will not end well in his hands. Countless cultivators roared in anger. Boom. The sage extended his palm and collided with Yang Chuan's palm. A blood-red palm print and a white palm print collided in the sky, causing a lot of tremors. Attack! Tian Jizhi shouted. The 100,000 cultivators did not hesitate. They each took out their own Dharma treasures and weapons and waved them at Yang Chuan. In a stalemate with the sage, how could Yang Chuan face the crowd of enemies? Roar! Yang Chuan roared. All of a sudden, the blood sea began to swell. In the blood sea, millions of huge blood-red palm prints suddenly rushed into the sky. The millions of blood-red palm prints rushed toward the 100,000 cultivators. What? Tian Jizhi's expression changed. Evil old demon was slightly surprised. As for Gongyangzi, he suddenly felt like he was riding a tiger and could not get off. Previously, he had rushed over on impulse. He should not have come. He should not have come. When the millions of blood-red palm prints were released, the 100,000 cultivators were immediately flustered. Boom. A huge collision in the void. Countless Dharma treasures attacking Yang Chuan were repelled. The cultivators below the ancient immortal realm were instantly knocked out of the battle. They flew into the sky and vomited blood after being seriously injured. More than half of the 100,000 cultivators were eliminated in the blink of an eye, leaving only a few thousand cultivators in the sky. In the blood sea, the blood gods rushed into the sky and rushed toward the thousands of cultivators. Boom. The blood gods' reckless style immediately entangled with the thousands of cultivators. Only the ancestral immortals were left. At this moment, they were still fighting with Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan glared. Boom. He collided with the sage's palm and suddenly exploded. He flung his sleeves. 3 long swords suddenly stood in the sky above the blood sea. The Emperor, Jade Emperor, and Grand Emperor. The rolling and ferocious sword Qi pressed forward. Tian Jizhi, Gongyangzi, Saint, evil old demon, and 10 ancestral immortals surrounded Yang Chuan in the center. Chapter 1266. On a mountain peak far away from the Sea of Blood, Ming Tianhan led a group of officials to land on the peak of the mountain. Everyone looked at the Sea of Blood in the distance. Above the Sea of Blood, Yang Chuan threw out 3 long swords. They didn't attack anyone. Instead, they flew in 3 different directions. Boom, boom, boom. Even from far away, the sound of the huge swords piercing the ground could be heard. The 3 huge swords soared into the sky, and countless sword Qi circled around them, forming a huge formation in the blink of an eye. The 3 swords aren't used to fight enemies, but to seal off all directions and prevent them from escaping. Celestial Emperor, this Yang Chuan is too arrogant. Can Yang Chuan handle so many strong practitioners? Everyone was shocked. Ming Tianhan narrowed his eyes and said, "This Yang Chuan is beyond my expectations. Celestial Emperor, should we?" An official asked in a low voice. Ming Tianhan shook his head and said, "We have more important things to do. The World Tree? It's just by Huang's treasure. It's hard for others to use it." Yes. Far away, in the Sea of Blood, the Emperor's sword, Jade Emperor's sword, and Grand Emperor's sword were stabbed in 3 different directions, isolating the inside from the outside. Yang Chuan faced the crowd alone. Gong Yangzi's expression changed. The others' expressions darkened. Yang Chuan, you're courting death," Tian Jizhi said coldly. "Tian Jizhi, didn't you read your fortune before you left?" Yang Chuan rushed towards Tian Jizhi with a fierce aura. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yang Chuan was right in front of him. Tian Jizhi's expression changed, and he quickly merged with the heavenly Tao. A group of ancestral immortals attacked Yang Chuan almost simultaneously. 10 palm prints pressed down on Yang Chuan from the void. Yang Chuan met them with a palm. Boom! Fighting 1 against 10, the 11 palm prints exploded with a loud bang. Yang Chuan paused. However, Gong Yangzi and Tian Jizhi's eyes lit up. At least Yang Chuan wasn't as terrifying as they thought. "Quick, Yang Chuan is nothing special. Let's attack together and eliminate this malignant tumor," Tian Jizhi shouted. All right. The 10 ancestral immortals attacked once more. The 10 ancestral immortals led by Tian Jizhi immediately clashed with Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan took a step forward. Qing Tian Dao, 1 against 11. Rumble. During the battle, the void trembled. At this moment, Gong Yangzi did not participate. After all, Gong Yangzi suddenly recalled that if he targeted Yang Chuan, a calamity would descend upon him. Gong Yangzi flew high in the sky. The sage and the 100 evil demon. They were staring at the blood sea. Their target was neither Yang Chuan nor the Tree of World, but Miao. Who? The 2 of them fell into the blood sea at almost the same time. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them rushed into the sea of blood. Boom! The blood sea suddenly churned rapidly. The 100 evil demon and the sage retreated almost at the same time. Bam! The 2 of them rushed out of the blood sea. The 2 of them looked at the blood sea in shock. On the other side, Yang Chuan was trapped by 11 ancestral immortals. 11 palm prints crashed onto Yang Chuan's body. Bam! Yang Chuan suddenly exploded into a pool of blood. He fell into the blood sea. At this moment, 2 Yang Chuan slowly emerged from the place where the sage and the 100 evil demon flew out from. 2 identical Yang Chuan. "The blood sea realm," the sage said in a low voice. "Blood god's son? You've used the blood god's son to such perfection? Which one is your true body?" The 100 evil demon said in surprise. The 2 Yang Chuan revealed a hint of fierceness and said, "Take a guess yourselves." Swoosh! The 2 Yang Chuan controlled countless waves of blood and rushed towards the sage and the 100 evil demon. "Heavenly Tao!" the sage shouted. Suddenly, more than 2,000 heavenly Tao rushed into the sky behind him. A palm carried the power of heaven and earth and struck towards one of the Yang Chuan. The sage did not want to waste any more time and needed to shatter it with a single palm strike. On the other side, the 100 evil demon did the same. A pitch-black path appeared behind him, and within the path, countless heavenly demons were flying. He struck out with a palm strike, which was not much weaker than the sage's palm strike, towards the other Yang Chuan. Boom! Boom! The 2 Yang Chuan exploded. Another blood god's son? Another blood god's son? The 100 evil demons' expression changed. Whoosh! In the blood sea, 13 Yang Chuan appeared again and rushed over with a sneer. At this moment, the blood god's sons were different from the ones outside the 3 emperors' sword formation. This was because one of the blood god's sons had the power of Yang Chuan's main body. No one knew which one it was. The 13 blood god's sons rushed towards the 13 people on the battlefield at the same time, and all of them had a ruthless look on their faces. HMPH, another blood god's son? The sage struck out with a casual palm strike. However, the others went all out. Boom! Another group of blood god's sons exploded. However, the Yang Chuan that the sage was facing was real. When he collided with the sage's palm strike, he instantly broke through the sage's palm strike and appeared in front of the sage in the blink of an eye. Break! Yang Chuan shouted. Suddenly, countless stars appeared in his palm and instantly broke through the sage's protective shield. His palm landed on the sage's chest. Boom! Bastard! Bind the sky! Whoosh! The sage suddenly emitted countless rays of light and bound the Yang Chuan who had hit him. It was as if he wanted to take revenge for this palm strike. Self-destruct! Yang Chuan shouted. What? The sage exclaimed. Boom! A huge black hole appeared in the void. Yang Chuan also shattered into countless pieces and fell into the blood sea. Self-destruct! Everyone in the surroundings shuddered as they saw another 13 Yang Chuans emerge from the surface of the blood sea. Was that a blood god's son? No, that's real. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hurt the sage. But he self-destructed. He's alive again. The surrounding heroes' expressions changed drastically. However, Yang Chuan didn't seem to be tired. He kept repeating the same battle as before. He had been severely injured because of his carelessness earlier. This time, the sage used the power of heaven and earth to destroy Yang Chuan's blood god's son with one palm strike. It was the same in other places. However, Yang Chuan's real body instantly appeared in front of an ancestral immortal. Die! Yang Chuan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Boom! That person's heavenly Tao was shattered by Yang Chuan's azure heavenly Tao. Yang Chuan's palm landed on his head. Bam! The ancestral immortal's head exploded. Not good. The surrounding people's expressions changed drastically. Almost at the same time, everyone attacked Yang Chuan's real body. Countless boundless powers hurriedly rushed over. Yang Chuan smiled coldly. He allowed the boundless power to crash into him. However, another blood god's son appeared in another ancestral immortal. Die! The blood god's son roared. The ancestral immortal's heavenly Tao shattered. His head was once again destroyed by Yang Chuan's palm strike. Boom! The void exploded. Yang Chuan's real body turned into a blood god's son, and the blood god's son strangely turned into Yang Chuan's real body. Everyone was shocked. Something's not right. Within the blood sea, Yang Chuan's real body and the blood god's son are switching bodies. He can switch bodies with the blood god's son. Fiend 100 Fiend's expression changed. In other words, we'll never be able to hit Yang Chuan's real body. All we can do is let Yang Chuan ambush us. Divine Predictor's expression changed drastically. Up in the air, Gong Yangzi, who had not dared to make a move all this time, was also shocked. As long as the blood sea doesn't dry up, Yang Chuan won't die. Fiend 100 Fiend said coldly. Blood sea. Blood sea. Everyone, use your strongest attacks to shatter the blood sea. The sage called out. All right. Almost at the same time, everyone suddenly attacked the blood sea. In the void, one giant palm strike after another came crashing down like stars. Wherever they passed, the void trembled. The sage's palm strike was imbued with the power of heaven and earth. Fiend 100 Fiend used his grand Tao to unleash a palm strike that surpassed most ancestral immortals. Up in the air, Gong Yangzi's expression changed drastically. After thinking for a moment, he seemed to have made up his mind. Boom! Behind Gong Yangzi, a grand Tao also appeared. However, it was not as complete as Fiend 100 Fiend's grand Tao. It was similar to Empress Phoenix's grand Tao, only in its embryonic form. Gong Yangzi also attacked the blood sea with his full strength. This palm strike could destroy heaven and earth. Even Ming Tianhan, who was far away, was shocked at this moment. Yang Chuan is finish. The official behind him shook his head. Hong tilde 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 tilde. Under the huge force, the blood sea suddenly exploded. The distant blood god's son was also instantly shattered. In the blink of an eye, the blood sea disappeared. Below it was a huge abyss with no bottom. Ha, ha ha ha, Yang Chuan is dead. Gong Yangzi shouted excitedly. Divine Predictor also revealed a look of excitement. However, in the next moment, he was shocked. No. Divine Predictor exclaimed. At this moment, everyone discovered that not far from the blood sea, there seemed to be a heartbeat coming from a small lake of blood. Plop, plop, boom. The blood sea suddenly exploded in all directions. Wherever the blood mist went, the blood sea that had exploded earlier suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Rumble. A blood sea even larger than before appeared. Yang Chuan slowly floated above the blood sea. His clothes were slightly tattered, but Yang Chuan's aura seemed to be even stronger. Yang Chuan broke through again. He was only at the 4th heaven of ancestral immortal realm earlier. Now, he's at the 5th heaven? The sage suddenly exclaimed. After a fierce battle, Yang Chuan's emotions were much more stable. On the other side, the incomparably huge tree of world suddenly trembled. Suddenly, it took root above the blood sea. Yang Chuan stretched out his hand and retracted it. Whoosh! The blood sea instantly disappeared. The original tree of world also disappeared instantly. Yang Chuan stretched out his hand and put away the 3 emperor swords. Miao, Bai Qi, and the others appeared in front of everyone again. I have already made up my mind. All of you, get lost. Yang Chuan said coldly. What? Tian Jizhi shouted angrily. Gong Yangzi looked at Yang Chuan in shock. Without hesitation, he turned around and flew away. Tian Jizhi, last time at the Archaic Mysteries sect, you had designs on me and my wife. Therefore, I destroyed your Archaic Mysteries sect to teach you a lesson. This time, I spared your life to offset all the protection the Archaic Mysteries sect gave Zhao Afeng in the past. From now on, you and I have no grudges. If you continue to pester me, I will kill you. Yang Chuan said coldly. Evil old demon, although you have cultivated the great Tao, it is not impossible for heaven to kill you back then. At the very least, you are now inferior to a sage. There must be a reason why heaven only sealed you. For heaven's sake, I will spare your life this time. Yang Chuan said coldly. Ha ha ha, spare my life. Evil old demon said in disbelief. I don't need to do anything. Bai Qi can kill you on the spot. Do you believe me? Yang Chuan said coldly. Bai Qi stepped out, and a murderous aura rushed towards evil old demon. Sage. Yang Chuan smiled coldly. What, you can kill me too? Sage said in a low voice. Suddenly, the world tree appeared behind Yang Chuan, and a green energy connected the heaven and earth. Boom. The heaven and earth turned green in an instant. Sage, how do you feel now? Yang Chuan said coldly. Great Tao. The world tree has become your great Tao? Sage's expression changed. This is my great Tao, the cypress great Tao. Perhaps you can escape from my hands. However, if I attack, you will be in a miserable state. Do you believe me? Yang Chuan said coldly. Miao. Miao jumped onto Yang Chuan's shoulder and glared at Yang Chuan. Is that so? Sage said in a low voice. Although he did not want to admit it, what Yang Chuan said was the truth. Great Tao? Using the world tree as his great Tao? This was Bai Huang's item, or rather, Bai Huang's great Tao. Great Tao could be passed down? With Bai Huang's great Tao and Ether's legacy, Yang Chuan did indeed have the ability to severely injure him. I have calmed down a lot. I wanted to teach you a lesson, but I did not injure you this time because I did not want to let someone take advantage of me, Yang Chuan said coldly. With that, Yang Chuan suddenly looked into the distance. On a distant mountain peak, Ming Tianhan raised his eyebrows. Yang Chuan? Perhaps there will be another peak figure in this world, Ming Tianhan said in a low voice. The remaining 8 ancestral immortals had extremely ugly expressions. As for you, Yang Chuan looked at the 8 ancestral immortals. You want to take the cypress tree? Next time, bring more people and find a better excuse, Yang Chuan said coldly. Around them, the cultivators who were fighting against Blood God retreated to the side. Murderous aura, murderous sin. 100 evil old demon looked at Bai Qi with an ugly expression. The heavenly demon that he was so proud of could not get close to this murderous aura. 5 dragons. Yang Chuan shouted. Roar. In a distant valley, 5 dragons pulled a carriage and flew over quickly. Yang Chuan and the others stepped onto the dragon carriage. After looking at them coldly, Yang Chuan looked to the east and said, "Return to the court." Roar. The 5 dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage towards the east. Yang Chuan had taken the cypress tree and had the ability to severely injure the saints. At this moment, no one dared to stop him. Even the saints had extremely ugly expressions. 100 evil old demon snorted coldly. He turned around and flew away. Tian Jizzy and the 8 ancestral immortals also had complicated expressions. "Let's go back," Tian Jizzy said. Yes. Everyone smiled bitterly. The world tree was snatched away by Yang Chuan just like that. The experts of the central domain were unable to resist at all. Yang Chuan had single-handedly defeated the entire central territory. In the blink of an eye, everyone had left. Only the saints were left and sighed. In any case, he was a sage, the most respected existence in the world. Just a moment ago, he actually felt powerless. The saints smiled bitterly and were about to leave. Whoosh! All of a sudden, 11 figures appeared. Heavenly Emperor Da Xing? What are you doing here? The saints said in a deep voice. Ming Tianhan smiled and said, "I am the one that Yang Chuan said is here to take advantage of the situation." Chapter 1267. Ming Tianhan smiled. "I'm the one that Yang Chuan was talking about. I'm here to take advantage of the situation." Take advantage of the situation? The sage's expression turned serious. When Yang Chuan said that, he didn't take it seriously. However, Ming Tianhan's appearance made the sage tense up. Boom! The 10 officials behind Ming Tianhan suddenly merged with the heavenly Tao. They were all ancestral immortals. "Ming Tianhan, how dare you?" Sage Mai Gaoku said coldly. "Ha, how dare I? Let's see if I dare or not." Ming Tianhan said coldly. Ming Tianhan attacked and started fighting with the sage. Boom! The center of the central domain rumbled again. The experts of the various sects who had retreated suddenly saw the huge battle in the distance. Many of them were surprised and turned around to fly back. At the 5-dragon carriage, the evil dragon had a bitter expression. It was an existence that had devoured ancestral immortals. How could it be reduced to pulling a carriage? Little evil, this is your good fortune. Don't look so bitter. Come, smile. The 7 fiends grinned. The evil dragon's face twitched. On the carriage, Yang Chuan and the others looked to the east. "Meow, we're going back now," Meow said reluctantly. "We've been out for so long." "Of course, we're going back." Yang Chuan smiled. "But it's really fun coming out with you. Meow, we've fought so many times. We've even bullied the sage." "Meow," Meow said excitedly. Yang Chuan shook his head. "The heavenly Tao is incomplete. But haven't you noticed? The heavenly Tao is recovering quickly." "That's right. Back then, the Lotus God destroyed hundreds of heavenly Tao. Now, there are only a few dozen left." Zhao Arfang nodded. "Meow, so what?" Meow did not understand. Meow did not understand, but Yin Hentian thought about many things. "Sage King, you're saying that it won't take long for the heavenly Tao to be repaired?" "That's right." Yang Chuan nodded. "Holy King, you came from the Great Thousand World before. I wonder what's the difference between the Great Thousand World and this place?" Yin Hentian asked curiously. "The heavenly Tao is incomplete, and the world is not flourishing. At the very least, this sage is much weaker than the sages of the Great Thousand Domains," Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. "Oh?" Yin Hentian asked curiously. "Now, I can shake a sage. But, you know, with my current strength, I can't defeat a sage in the Great Thousand World. In a perfect world, a sage can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. It's not comparable to what I have now," Yang Chuan said solemnly. "Saint, after heaven and earth are perfected, how strong will the sage be?" Yin Hentian asked solemnly. Yang Chuan looked at the sky, took a deep breath, and said, "The saints of the perfect world are at least 10 times stronger than now." 10 times? Yin Hentian exclaimed. Yang Chuan nodded. "Meow, the sage of the boundless world, Doesn't that mean 1 sage is equivalent to 10 sages now? Miao was surprised. That's the truth. Moreover, the strength of a sage is not measured by numbers. Yang Chuan shook his head. Miao. Miao clawed at its paws in surprise. Yin Hentian was extremely solemn. Yang Chuan looked at Zhao Afang, stretched out his hand, and a white ball of light appeared at his fingertips. Miao, what is this? Miao asked again. I found it from the cypress tree. It's the Bai family's life usurping technique, the most complete life usurping technique. Yang Chuan said solemnly. For me. Zhao Afang was a little surprised. Yes, I don't cultivate the life usurping technique. You should do it. Yang Chuan smiled. No, let's leave a Mr. Let's leave a Mr. Gui Guzi. That way, he can make more use of him. Zhao Afang immediately shook his head. Gi Guzi, he is Bai Huang's disciple. Bai Huang has already taught him everything that should be taught to him. You should quickly comprehend this. It even has Bai Huang's life usurping technique. Yang Chuan said solemnly. But Zhao Afang was still in a difficult position. All right. Finally, Zhao Afang nodded. Yang Chuan pointed the white ball of light at Zhao Afang's glabella. Buzz. The white ball of light instantly entered Zhao Afang's glabella. Whoosh. Suddenly, a large number of small stars appeared around Zhao Afang. Zhao Afang closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Yang Chuan stretched out his hand and beckoned, bringing Zhao Afang into the main hall. He allowed Zhao Afang to comprehend the Bai family's life usurping technique in the main hall. Central Territory. After a day, the battlefield where Yang Chuan fought alone had been completely razed to the ground. On the ground, thousands of miles were sealed in ice. In the center, there was a huge hole. Countless chains shot into the hole, locking a figure tightly. Outside the ice field, countless cultivators were gathered. The eyelids of Tian Jizi and the sect leaders who had left earlier were all twitching wildly. How can that be? That is the Meigao Grotto sage? Countless chains pierced through the sage's body. She is locked up. The sage was captured. The surrounding cultivators rubbed their eyes. Tian Jizi's eyelids twitched wildly. Heavenly Emperor Great Xing, Ming Tianhan? Tian Jizi exclaimed in shock. At this moment, everyone was shocked from the bottom of their hearts. However, no one took half a step forward. Let's go. Ming Tianhan smiled. The sage was locked up and was extremely indignant at this moment. Ming Tianhan, I have never offended you before. The sage said gloomily. Ming Tianhan smiled faintly and said, that Yang Chuan seems to have never offended you before, either. As he spoke, Ming Tianhan stepped onto a cloud. His 10 subordinates tied up the saint in chains and brought him to the south. As they flew, Ming Tianhan appeared high-spirited. Only the Western Gate sage is left. Western Gate. Ming Tianhan smiled confidently. Watching Ming Tianhan's group leave, countless cultivators gaped in shock. Some even went to Tian Jizi's place. Tian Jizi, what's going on? Why did Heavenly Emperor Great Xing attack the sage? A sect master asked in confusion. Tian Jizi looked into the distance, a trace of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. The world is about to change. Tian Jizi sighed. Ah! The news of the sage's capture quickly spread throughout the Central Territory. For a time, the Central Territory was in an uproar. The Central Territory's largest sect, the Archaic Mysteries sect, collapsed. The battlefield of sins, the Tsar appeared. Yang Chuan stole the world tree, and the sage was imprisoned. One news after another constantly impacted the nerves of countless cultivators in the Central Territory. For a time, countless sects were in a state of panic. At this moment, the sky above the Central Territory was filled with yellow sand once again. This was especially true for the Two Emperors' Holy Court. At the Two Emperors' Holy Court, countless officials looked at the sky blankly. They saw a dense crowd of about 1 million soldiers in golden armor descending from the sky, flying directly toward the Two Emperors' Holy Court's capital. The 1 million soldiers all had empty eyes, like puppets. However, the aura of the 1 million soldiers was extremely fierce. The endless yellow sand seemed to be emitted from the bodies of these millions of soldiers. The soldiers of the two emperors' holy court rushed into the sky, preparing to intercept them. However, halfway through, everyone was slightly stunned. In the sky, the three people at the front were Zhu, Yarou Tianshang, and the Tsar. "Greetings, Sage King." "Greetings, Demon Emperor," the soldiers said respectfully. "Millimeter." Zhu nodded. Leading the army and 1,000,000 soldiers, he landed on the square of the imperial court's main hall. Boom. The 1,000,000 soldiers came from the starry sky. "Greetings, Sage King." "Long live the Sage King," the officials bowed respectfully. In the square, Zhu looked at the golden dragon of providence in the sky. Suddenly, he said, "Citizens of the two emperors' holy court, listen up. From today onwards, the two emperors' holy court will change its name to the three emperors. The three emperors' holy court." Boom. Through the golden dragon of providence, the news quickly spread throughout the two emperors' holy court. The three emperors' holy court? Countless citizens looked up in confusion. The new title of Tsar is equivalent to Demon Emperor. The title of King is equal to Demon Emperor. Zhu shouted again. Roar. Under the dragon's roar, the voice quickly spread throughout the three emperors' holy court. King is equal to Demon Emperor? How can this be? This is the Providence dynasty. There shouldn't be two suns in the sky. It's fine if there are two suns in the sky, but now there's another one? You don't understand. The Sage King and Demon Emperor are the same person. How can there be two suns in the sky? And this Tsar is said to look exactly like the Sage King. Perhaps they are the same person. I believe in the Sage King. Long live the Sage King. Long live the Sage King. Long live the Demon Emperor. Long live the Demon Emperor. Long live the Tsar. Long live the Tsar. Although there were countless confused voices, they eventually turned into a flood of recognition. Countless voices were gathered by the golden dragon of providence and shouted in the sky above the capital. A look of satisfaction flashed in the Tsar's eyes. I'm back. I've already passed all the memories of the past to you. I'm sure your cultivation will be greatly improved. In troubled times, the world should be conquered. Starting from the central territory, let's start expanding the three emperors' holy court, the Tsar said in a deep voice. Who nodded and said, all right. Netherworld, Outer East Continent, Great Qin City. In zombie Yang Chuan's study. In front of Yang Chuan, a black-robed figure knelt on one knee. You're saying that someone once saw Gui Guzi at the Deity Sword Villa in the Outer East Continent? Yang Chuan asked with a serious expression. Yes, but according to the time, Gui Guzi was with the Sage King at that time. Therefore, we can't determine the truth. The black-robed figure said respectfully. Deity Sword Villa? In the Outer East Continent, there were originally three major forces: Absolute Palace, Deity Sword Villa, and the Rock Clan. Deity Sword Villa? Zhenxiong is there? Yang Chuan asked. Yes, please make a decision, Sage King, the black-robed figure said solemnly. I understand. You may leave. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Whoosh. The black-robed figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Yang Chuan sat in the study, deep in thought. However, not long after he sat down, a voice suddenly came from outside. Sage King, Sage Shimon requests an audience. Chapter 1268. In the Yang Realm, in a valley in the central region. Gong Yangzi looked at the few remaining members of the Gong Yangzi family. Gong Yangzi wiped the blood off his face with a sorrowful expression. What happened? How did you all end up like this? Where are the others? Gong Yangzi asked angrily. Gong Yangzi said bitterly, Patriarch, when you and a group of people were dealing with Yang Chuan, we didn't dare to go forward and retreated. But what? Gong Yangzi said coldly. We retreated to a valley and coincidentally, Yang Chuan's dragon carriage was parked there. 5 giant dragons are, everything was fine at first. However, when Patriarch attacked Yang Chuan from afar, the 5 giant dragons turned hostile on the spot and wanted to kill all of us. Gong Yang Ben Lei said bitterly. 5 dragons? Gong Yang's expression was extremely ugly. Yes, we were lucky to escape, but the others all died on the spot. Patriarch, you shouldn't have attacked Yang Chuan. If you didn't attack Yang Chuan, even if the 5 dragons attacked us, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Patriarch. If you didn't attack Yang Chuan. Gong Yang's voice gradually became softer as he cried. Karmic retribution, it really is karmic retribution. Gong Yang's face was filled with despair. Originally, when Gong Yangzi saw that he was lucky to escape, he felt that he was too sensitive in the past. Yang Chuan wasn't his karmic retribution, otherwise, how could he not be injured at all? But when he came back, the Gong Yangzi disciples were almost all dead. Karmic retribution, it was definitely karmic retribution. Yang Realm, Great Qin City. Zombie Yang Chuan was thinking about the matters of the Yang Realm in the study when a voice suddenly sounded. Sage Monarch, Shimen Sage requests an audience. Shimen Sage. Yang Chuan's expression changed slightly. Yang Chuan slowly stepped out of the study. Under the guidance of the guards, he quickly arrived at the Central Palace Square. At the Central Palace Square, there were some officials receiving him. Sage Monarch. When Yang Chuan arrived, the officials greeted him respectfully. The Shimen Saint was wearing a white robe with plum blossoms embroidered on it. He stood quietly on the square. Yang Di, I'm here to disturb you again. The Shimen Sage was the first to speak. Sage Shimen is too polite. I haven't had the chance to thank you for your help last time, Yang Chuan said with a smile. Yang Chuan had a clear distinction between gratitude and grudges. Previously, the Shimen Sage had helped Yang Chuan, so Yang Chuan naturally treated him with respect. That's why I want to ask Yang Di for help this time, Shimen Sheng sighed. Oh! Yang Chuan revealed a curious expression. The Shimen Sage looked around. Yang Chuan waved his hand, and all the officials retreated. In the blink of an eye, only Yang Chuan and the Shimen Saint were left in the square of the Central Palace. Yang Di, I've been having a bad feeling recently, as if a great disaster is about to befall me, Shimen Sheng said. A great disaster? Yang Chuan frowned. At the same time, he thought of a possibility. I'm quite open-minded about many things, but there are some things that I have to consider. If something happens to my descendants and disciples, my enemies will definitely vent their hatred on them. I'm here to ask Yang Di to set aside some places to protect them. Shimen Sheng smiled bitterly. You want me to protect your descendants? Yang Chuan frowned. Yes, I know that this is a little difficult, but... Shimen Sheng smiled bitterly. No, it's not a big deal. As long as you bring them here, I'll definitely protect them, Yang Chuan promised solemnly. Thank you, Yang Di. The sage bowed. You don't have to do this. I won't stand by and do nothing. As for your impending disaster, I think I know the reason, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh! Shimen Sheng said solemnly. Wu Tian, Hua Zuantian, and my Gao Ku should be prisoners of the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court. I think Ming Tianhan's next target is you, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Ming Tianhan? Hua Zuantian and the others are imprisoned. Shimen Sheng said solemnly. Why don't you stay in Great Shun as well? If Ming Tianhan comes, we can take care of him, Yang Chuan advised. Shimen Sheng smiled bitterly and said, Thank you for your kindness, Yang Di. However, I can't stay in Great Shun. Oh! Yang Chuan asked curiously. I didn't know about it before, but now that I know that the 3 of them are imprisoned, I have to do my part. Shimen Sheng smiled bitterly. You want to save them? Aren't you walking into a trap? Yang Chuan said in surprise. Haha, walking into a trap? Perhaps, but I will be careful. However, Huazuan Heaven and Plum Heights Cave have shown me kindness in the past. It's fine if I didn't know the situation, but now that I know the situation, there are some things that I must do. Western Gate Saint said seriously. Looking at Shimen Sheng, Yang Chuan's expression changed slightly. After taking a deep breath, Yang Chuan sighed and said, All right, I won't stop you. Send your descendants and disciples over. I promise that no one will hurt them. Thank you, Yang Di. Shimen Sheng smiled. By the way, Yang Di, You were in the sealed world. There were 2 seals there. One was taken by Wu Jiong, and the other is in your hands. Shimen Sheng thought for a while and asked. That's right. Yang Chuan nodded. It's a broken qi habit position of heaven and earth. I think Yang Di already knows about it. Although it's broken, it's still a qi habit position. As long as Yang Di can fix it, he can use it and become a sage, or use it to become a celestial emperor. Oh, how do you fix it? Yang Chuan asked curiously. Fill it with 100,000 merit points, 100,000 luck points, 100,000 luck paths, and 100,000 luck points. With a great Tao as a guide, you can fix this qi habit position, Shimen Sheng said solemnly. Oh! Yang Chuan's expression changed slightly. Shimen Sheng waved his sleeves. Instantly, about 100,000 figures flew out of his sleeves. There were adults and children. Yang Di, these are them. Thank you. Shimen Sheng said solemnly. Don't worry. Yang Chuan nodded. Shimen Sheng looked at the 100,000 people and said, Everyone, listen up. In the future, if I am not around, Yang Di's words are my word. Yes. The 100,000 people replied. Yang Di, farewell. Shimen Sheng said solemnly. Yang Chuan nodded. Whoosh. Shimen Sheng disappeared from the central palace square in the blink of an eye. The 100,000 descendants and disciples of Shimen Sheng looked around curiously. Yi Feng. Yang Chuan shouted. Soon, Yi Feng walked over. Take care of the descendants of the sages. Don't let anything happen to them, Yang Chuan said. Don't worry, Sage King. Yi Feng nodded. After taking care of the descendants of Shimen Sheng, Yang Chuan went to the study room alone. Sitting on the dragon throne, Yang Chuan had a jade box in front of him. When he opened the jade box, the surrounding void vibrated slightly. A ray of light pierced the entire study room. Yang Chuan gently took it out with one hand. Dao Seal. 100,000 merit points, 100,000 luck points, 100,000 luck points, and 100,000 luck paths. And with a great Tao as a guide. It is indeed quite troublesome to collect these things. Heaven and earth are about to recover. When that time comes, will the qi habit position still be scarce? Yang Chuan's eyes flashed. As he spoke, Yang Chuan opened his mouth and sent the Dao seal to his mouth. If Shimen Sheng was here, he would definitely be shocked. This was the noble Dao seal of heaven and earth, a treasure that could make one a sage and a celestial emperor. Yang Chuan was actually going to eat it. Eat. Raw. Yang Chuan swallowed the Dao seal into his stomach. Boom. Countless rays of light suddenly shot out from Yang Chuan's body. Instantly, the entire study room was lit up. Rumble. Yang Chuan's body emitted a series of loud rumbles. After about 2 hours, everything calmed down. Yang Chuan took a deep breath, fourth firmament ancestral immortal. It's still barely enough. If there are 8 or 10 of them, it would be even better. Fortunately, the sages had already left. Otherwise, they would be shocked by Yang Chuan's extravagance. What a waste. Chapter 1269. Above the vast sea, the 5-dragon carriage was flying rapidly. Yang Chuan and Zhao Arfang stood side by side at the front of the dragon carriage's balcony, looking at the vast sea. Bai Huang is indeed worthy of being a famous figure in the Third Epoch. He cultivated several meridians, but each meridian had outstanding achievements. These days, comprehending his life-stealing technique has enlightened me. Everything I've learned before feels like it's not worth mentioning. Zhao Arfang sighed. Bai Huang? Thinking of Bai Huang, Yang Chuan felt a sharp pain in his heart. Even after such a long time, he still brooded. I must investigate Bai Huang's death. No matter who it is, I will make them pay the price. Yang Chuan's eyes were cold. As if sensing the change in Yang Chuan's mood, Zhao Arfang leaned closer to Yang Chuan. Taking a deep breath, Yang Chuan slowly calmed the anger in his heart. In 3 days, we'll enter Great Shen's territory. In the previous life, you killed us for Zhenru and Zhenxiong. I kept Zhenxiong alive and waited for you to return. Have you thought about how to deal with him? Yang Chuan changed the topic. Zhen Xiong. Zhao Afong frowned. In the previous life, Zhen Xiong was Yang Chuan's wife. Zhen Xiong was Zhao Afong's father in the previous life. However, in order to obtain the immortal sword that Yang Chuan obtained, he chose to poison his daughter and son-in-law. 3 more days. Just as Yang Chuan was rushing back, a group of unfamiliar faces appeared outside Xianyang City in Zhenlong territory. In a valley not far from the Yellow Springs intersection. A group of black-robed men stood in the valley, led by 2 people. One was the imperial astronomer of Great Shen, Guiguzi. However, there was a dark aura around Guiguzi. Wherever he stood, the surrounding grass withered. Guiguzi turned his head, and the dark aura around him instantly dissipated. He immediately looked much brighter. There was no change, but his temperament suddenly changed. The other person was Yang Chuan. Dressed in a black dragon robe, he exuded the noble aura of an emperor. Remember, I don't need you to do anything, but you must act well, Guiguzi said in a low voice. Yes, sir. Yang Chuan said respectfully. Let's go. Let's go. Guiguzi said. Yes. The 2 of them led a group of black-robed men out of the valley. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Yellow Springs Road. Hold it right there. Without a token, you're not allowed to get close. Greetings, Sage King. Long live the Holy King. The group of guards immediately bowed respectfully. Guiguzi stood behind Yang Chuan and didn't say anything. Yang Chuan nodded. Everyone slowly walked towards the entrance of the Yellow Springs Road without any obstructions. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance of the Yellow Springs Road. Looking at the Yellow Springs Road in front of him, Yang Chuan's eyes lit up. And the one guarding the entrance to the Yellow Springs in the mortal realm was the sovereign of the tiger race, Bai Ditian. When Bai Ditian heard his subordinate's report, he was confused. The Sage King has come from the Netherworld? Or has the Sage King returned from the Western continent? Bai Ditian was confused. Mr. Guiguzi is following the Sage King, the subordinate reported. Bai Ditian also walked in front of Yang Chuan with confusion. Sage King, sir, why are you here? Bai Ditian asked curiously. He looked at Guiguzi and then at Yang Chuan. He couldn't find anything wrong with them. Yang Chuan didn't say anything, but Guiguzi laughed. Sovereign Bai, the Empress will be coming soon. Ask the others to back off. Oh! Bai Ditian's eyes were filled with confusion. He looked at Yang Chuan, and Yang Chuan nodded. However, for some reason, Bai Ditian felt that Yang Chuan was strange. All right. Bai Ditian nodded and ordered everyone to back off from the entrance of the Yellow Springs Road. No one was allowed to go near it. Guiguzi smiled and walked in front of Yang Chuan. He whispered, later, close your eyes and experience the Yellow Springs Road. Why? Yang Chuan didn't understand. The officials of Xianyang are all smart. Although you look exactly like Yang Chuan, your eyes can never reach Yang Chuan's level. Even Bai Ditian almost suspected you. How can the Empress, who is with Yang Chuan, not see it? Remember, don't open your eyes. Guiguzi said in a low voice. Yes, sir. Yang Chuan answered. Inside Xianyang City, Yang Chuan wasn't around, so many things were handled by Right Minister Lu Buwei. After Lu Buwei dealt with some administrative matters, he walked out of the Prime Minister's residence. He was about to rest when a servant suddenly ran over. Prime Minister Lu, the Sage King is back. The servant said excitedly. Oh, where is he? Why are you here to report? Lu Buwei was pleasantly surprised at first and then shocked. The Sage King is at the entrance of the Yellow Springs Road with Mr. Guiguzi. He just sent an official from the Imperial Astronomer to ask the Empress to go to the Yellow Springs Road. It seems like he has something to discuss. I just received the news. As for the others, no one knows that the Sage King is back. The servant said. The Sage King is back. Why didn't he inform the officials? He went to the Yellow Springs Road? Also, isn't Mr. Guiguzi in charge of the Deity Sword Mountain Manor? Why is he back? Lu Buwei raised his eyebrows. Also, Bai Qi and Longsha are not back. Could it be the Sage King of the Netherworld? Lu Buwei was confused. Prime Minister Lu, what should we do now? Lu Buwei thought for a while and said, "Are you sure it's the Sage King?" "It's absolutely true. Heavenly Sovereign Bai Ditian is right beside him. How could Heavenly Sovereign Bai Ditian be mistaken? Furthermore, Mr. Gui Guzi is there. Mr. Gui Guzi can't be wrong," the servant said, confused. "All right. Perhaps I am overthinking. Go and inform the officials to prepare to welcome the Sage King," Lu Buwei said. Yes. At the Yellow Springs Road. Yang Chuan had his eyes closed. Countless stars revolved around his palm. It was as if he was using the universe in his palm to feel the surroundings. Bai Ditian looked on in confusion. Gui Guzi stood at the side. There was another group of people in front of them. The leader was the Great Shan Sacred Hall's Empress, ZZ. "You are back." ZZ's eyes flashed with excitement and joy. Yang Chuan didn't say anything, but Gui Guzi said, "Empress, the Sage King has gained a lot this time. He has also mastered a very rare mystical ability. He can connect the entrance to the Yellow Springs Road with the Sage King's universe in his palm. In the future, there will be more than one entrance to the Yellow Springs Road." "Oh." ZZ looked confused. The Sage King is using this mystical ability and can't be distracted. "Empress, please take action. Let's put away the Yellow Springs Road and rearrange it. Also, let's connect the Yellow Springs Road with the Sage King's universe in his palm at the same time," Gui Guzi said seriously. ZZ looked at Yang Chuan in shock. She felt that something was wrong with Yang Chuan, but she couldn't tell. Buzz. ZZ's eyes suddenly turned a demonic purple as she stared at Yang Chuan. However, Yang Chuan in front of her didn't have any disguise. There were no illusions of Dharma spells either. ZZ shook her head. Maybe she was thinking too much. Okay. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Zombie Yang Chuan was analyzing information in his study. Gui Guzi. Gui Guzi's behavior is indeed very strange. However, Gui Guzi can't betray Great Shun. Then these. Zombie Yang Chuan frowned. Suddenly, heaven and earth rumbled. The void shook violently. The violent shaking reached the Great Qin City. What's going on? The Yellow Springs Road is shaking. Look, the Yellow Springs Road is moving. The Yellow Springs Road is shaking. Countless citizens cried out in shock. In the study, Zombie Yang Chuan's expression suddenly changed. The Yellow Springs Road is changing. Whoosh. Zombie Yang Chuan instantly rushed out of the study. However, it was too late. The moment he rushed out of the study, the Yellow Springs Road in the distance suddenly exploded. Boom. There was a huge explosion, and a boundless storm immediately blew in all directions. Many of the countless cultivators guarding the Yellow Springs Road were injured. Something happened in the Netherworld. Zombie Yang Chuan's expression changed. East of True Dragon territory. The dragon carriage pulled Yang Chuan and the others and flew quickly. Suddenly, Yang Chuan's expression changed drastically. Not good, something happened in Xianyang. Yang Chuan's expression changed. Bai Qi, come with me first. Ah Fang, be careful. Meow, stay here and wait for my summons. Yang Chuan immediately shouted. Swish. Yang Chuan took a step forward and rushed forward. Bai Qi also rushed out without hesitation. The two were extremely fast. Even the 5 dragons couldn't keep up with them. Meow, what happened? Meow shouted anxiously. However, in the blink of an eye, Yang Chuan and Bai Qi had already disappeared. Zhao Ah Fang's expression changed. 7 fiends, speed up. Yes, Empress, the 7 fiends immediately shouted. Yin Hentian looked into the distance in a daze. At the same time, he understood that something big must have happened in Xianyang. Otherwise, the Sage King wouldn't be so shocked. In the Netherworld, outside Xianyang, at the Yellow Springs Road. Stop! Bai Ditian shouted in shock. However, it was too late. Gui Guzi's expression darkened, and black gas surged around him. Just as ZZ kept the Yellow Springs Road, Gui Guzi suddenly struck his palm towards ZZ. What? Zizi cried out in shock. Boom. The palm struck Zizi's body, and Zizi was instantly sent flying. Black gas surrounded her body, and her eyes were filled with shock. Bai Ditien was shocked as he struck his palm toward Gui Guzi. On the other side, Yang Chuan struck his palm toward Bai Ditien. In a hurry, Bai Ditien could only face Yang Chuan head-on. Boom. Yang Chuan was sent flying. As she flew, her entire body suddenly changed. The original Yang Chuan was suddenly beaten into the appearance of another man. My husband once described you to me. You are not my husband. You are the seventh divine beast in the world, the identical beast. PFFF. As Zizi flew, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her entire face turned black and purple. Chapter 1270. Xianyang City. Lu Buwei led the officials in formation, preparing to welcome Yang Chuan's return. Suddenly, a loud boom came from the Yellow Springs Road. The array around the Yellow Springs Road exploded, and Yellow Springs energy rushed out in all directions. The Yellow Springs Road collapsed. The Sage King is there. Is he going to attack the Yellow Springs Road? What's going on? Immediately, the officials were shocked. Many of them wanted to go over to the scene. But Lu Buwei's face paled. Many possibilities flashed through his mind. Not good. Lu Buwei's eyes widened. Shu Fu, activate the Xianyang Grand Array. Lu Buwei suddenly called out to an official. Ah! But the Sage King is outside. Shu Fu exclaimed. Activate the array. I'll take all the blame. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Lu Buwei shouted. Shu Fu immediately sensed the change in Lu Buwei's expression. He reached out and waved his hand. Boom. Xianyang City was soon surrounded by golden light. While the people of Xianyang were dazed, the Xianyang Grand Array was activated. Just as the formation was activated, the roars of furious dragons could be heard from the outside world. Roar, roar, roar. The earth rumbled as numerous earth dragon veins swiftly swam out in all directions, charging towards Xianyang City with an endless aggressive power. Primordial dragon vein, ha! Shu Fu's face paled as he urged. Roar. Xianyang City sat on a giant dragon head, and the dragon head of the primordial dragon vein suddenly roared. Boom. The massive impact knocked back the attacking dragon veins. In Skyward Hall's plaza, the officials' faces paled. Shu Fu also broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, Lu Buwei had given the order. Otherwise, the impact just now would have caused Xianyang City to suffer heavy losses. Roar, roar. More and more dragon veins gathered outside Xianyang City, madly attacking the primordial dragon vein. At the same time, countless feng shui masters were controlling the feng shui dragon veins to attack Xianyang City. In the east, billowing black energy soared into the sky. Roar, your reaction is really fast. A disdainful voice was heard. Everyone saw a gigantic dragon head appear on the ground. The dragon veins in the surroundings converged towards the dragon head. Gradually, another dragon head mountain was born. Of course, it was far inferior to the original dragon veins, but at this moment, it was enough to stand out. On top of the dragon's head stood a black-robed figure. His body was surrounded by black gas, and his face was gloomy. Gui Guzi. Lu Buwei glared at him. Teacher? Shu Fu asked in astonishment. At this moment, all the officials in the imperial court were shocked. Xianyang was in trouble, but no one had expected it to be Gui Guzi. Impossible. Sir would never betray Die Zhan. How could it be Sir? Sir! The Skyward Palace Square was in an uproar. They had thought of everyone, but they had never thought that it would be Gui Guzi. One had to know that Gui Guzi was very popular in the Great Zhan. Many officials had more or less received favors from him. Among them, Shu Fu, Zhong Yi, and the other important ministers of Great Zhan were all Gui Guzi's disciples. But now, Gui Guzi was leading a large group of geomancers to destroy Xianyang. Teacher, what are you doing? Shu Fu exclaimed. At the side, Lu Buwei shook his head and said, Shu Fu, don't be fooled by his appearance. This is not Gui Guzi. Gui Guzi is extremely loyal to the Great Zhan. Why would he betray the great Shun? Shu Fu shuddered when he heard those words. The officials immediately calmed down. Fake. Everyone looked at Gui Guzi in the distance with a common enemy. Gui Guzi stood on top of the dragon's head and looked at the skyward palace square. A cold smile appeared on his face. As expected of Lu Buwei, you managed to calm the hearts of the people with just a few words. Lu Buwei's face darkened. He took a step forward and said, "Who are you? Why are you pretending to be Gui Guzi? Where is the empress?" Ha 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 ha. Am I not Gui Guzi? Shu Fu, don't you recognize me? Don't you remember why I named you Shu Fu? Ha 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 ha. Gui Guzi laughed. What? Shu Fu's face changed. Lu Buwei's eyelids twitched. Shu Fu's name came from Gui Guzi. Very few people knew about it. Could it really be Gui Guzi? Where is the empress? How is the empress? Lu Buwei asked. Gui Guzi smiled coldly. You are really dutiful. Meng Zizi. Do you think she can survive if I attack? She has already been hit by my meridian soul-dispersing palm. After 24 hours, no one will be able to save her. Boom. In the distance, where the road to the Yellow Springs was, the sounds of battle could be heard. Bai Ditian wielded a long saber and was fighting with a group of sword cultivators. Protect the empress. All tigers and guards, fight to the death. Bai Ditian roared. A group of people surrounded Zizi to protect her in the center. The group of tiger tribe elites all transformed into huge tigers and roared angrily. The soldiers quickly surrounded them. Countless sword cultivators around them shot up into the sky. Their terrifying sword auras pressed towards the tigers. In front of Bai Ditian was a peerless sword cultivator. The two of them fought to their heart's content. Don't be afraid of death. Don't you know what kind of place the Netherworld is? If you sacrifice your souls, the Sage King will protect you. Protect the Empress. Kill. Bai Ditian roared at the crowd. Roar. Roar. The group of tigers suddenly fought with the sword cultivators without regard for their lives. It was a battle of mutual destruction. They did not care about their own lives at all. Rumble. The battle continued. At that moment, above the Sea of Providence, Yang Chuan's statue suddenly shook and transformed into an 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence. Roar. The 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence roared. It grabbed the Sea of Providence and glared at Gui Guzi in the east. Gui Guzi, I never wanted to suspect you. I didn't expect it to be you. The 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence roared. Gui Guzi looked up at the sky and sneered at the 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence. Bai Yi, you should call me Uncle Master. How rude. Gui Guzi said coldly. How dare you? A group of elites roared at the entrance of the Skyward Palace. Immediately, many generals wanted to charge out. Gui Guzi sneered and waved his hand. Roar. The countless dragon veins in the outside world suddenly moved again. It was as if giant dragons had emerged from the ground and surrounded Xianyang City. Around the giant dragons, there was also endless black gas surrounding them. They crashed into the Xianyang Grand Formation. Boom. The Xianyang Grand Formation shook violently. A jet of black gas adhered to the barrier outside. Whoosh. A general rushed out of the formation. He instantly touched the black gas. Ah! The general let out a blood-curdling scream, and his body began to decay at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to a pile of bones. Don't go out. That's the supreme resting rotting dragon formation, Shu Fu suddenly exclaimed. Supreme Decay Dragon Formation? One of Gui Guzi's most powerful formations? Is it really Gui Guzi? Lu Buwei widened his eyes. Everyone, help me protect the Xianyang Grand Formation. Otherwise, the entire city will be in trouble once the formation is broken, Shu Fu exclaimed. The generals still wanted to go out. In the sky above Xianyang, the 18-claws golden dragon knew how powerful the Supreme Decay Dragon Formation was. Xianyang Army, listen to Shu Fu's orders and protect Xianyang, the 18-claws golden dragon roared. Yes. Countless soldiers rushed to Shu Fu's side. Shu Fu looked outside and anxiously ordered his disciples to control the Xianyang Grand Formation. Whoosh! It was as if 4 golden rivers of light were formed and rushed toward the Xianyang Grand Formation. Everyone, gather your power in the rivers of light and protect the Xianyang Grand Formation with me, Shu Fu said anxiously. Roar! All the officials quickly gathered their power and controlled the 4 rivers of light. The Xianyang Grand Formation instantly shone with golden light, as if it was trying to break free from the black gas outside. Not enough. Ha 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 ha. Do you think you can stop my supreme decay dragon formation? Shu Fu, all your feng shui techniques were taught by me. Do you think you can stop me? Gui Guzi sneered. Whoosh. In a valley surrounded by black gas to the east of Xianyang City, black gas suddenly rushed into the sky and surged into the supreme decay dragon formation. Roar. A giant dragon head appeared in the endless black gas of the supreme decay dragon formation. The black dragon led countless black gas and quickly coiled around the Xianyang City Grand Formation. The roiling corrosive energy grew stronger and stronger. The 2 sides faced off, but Gui Guzi's strength seemed to be a level higher. This is bad, Shu Fu exclaimed. The decaying qi outside the city is created by 10,000 geomancers using the energy of the netherworld and the energy of the dragon vein. If we don't stop it, it won't be long before Xianyang City is destroyed. What about the formation? What about the other formations? Lu Buwei asked anxiously. It's useless. We can't use the other formations because they were all set up by Gui Guzi and my teacher. If I use them, he will control them, Shu Fu said anxiously. Lu Buwei's eyes were filled with anxiety. Soldiers outside the city, attack the source of the black gas at all costs and destroy the corrosive energy supply, Lu Buwei shouted. Roar! Countless soldiers outside Xianyang City rushed toward the source of the black gas. Countless cultivators rushed toward the source of the black gas. However, at this moment, outside the source of the black gas, numerous heavenly Daos suddenly appeared. Boom! Boom! The appearance of the heavenly Dao proved that a large number of ancestral immortals were protecting the source of the black gas. Deity Sword Mana, Gui Guzi, you colluded with Deity Sword Mana, Lu Buwei shouted. High in the sky, the 18-claws golden dragon stared at Gui Guzi. Gui Guzi, Great Shun has always respected you. The imperial astronomer is even more extraordinary. Apart from me, you are an extraordinary existence among Great Shun's officials. Why? Why did you betray me? Betray Great Shun? The 18-claws golden dragon said coldly. Gui Guzi sneered. Yang Chuan, I've tolerated you for a long time. Why do I have to cooperate with you after we left the Bai clan? Why are you the emperor and I the vassal? My achievements are not inferior to yours. Apart from Bai Huang, no one in the Bai clan can compare to me. Why do I have to help you? Why do I have to make you famous? That's why, the 18-claws golden dragon said. Chapter 1271. Chumph, the road to the Yellow Springs has been cut off. Your body in the netherworld can't come up. There are many fierce generals in Great Shun, and they are all conquering the netherworld. It will take some time for your body in the netherworld to come back. Ha ha ha, controlling the Providence Golden Dragon with your soul? It's a pity that the Golden Dragon doesn't have you as its host. It can only watch as I destroy Xianyang. Ha 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 ha. Gui Guzi laughed loudly. A long time ago, my intelligence agency had already found you, Gi Guzi. However, I would rather believe in your character than that intelligence report. Without you, the Great Qin Empire and even the Great Qin Empire wouldn't have been able to achieve such glory in such a short period of time. I trusted you very much. You shouldn't have done this, the 18-clawed golden dragon of destiny said with a pained expression. Trust me. Gui Guzi smiled coldly. Yang Chuan, you don't have to try to get close to me now. It's useless. How much do you know about me? Oh, the 18-claws golden dragon said in a low voice. I must destroy Xianyang City. I want him to see that the Xianyang in his heart is simply weak in front of me. His beliefs are wrong. Gui Guzi said in a low voice. Him? Who is he? The 18 claws golden dragon seemed to have realized the problem. Me. Gooey Goozy naturally did not want to say. Outside Xianyang City, the sounds of battle continued. Powerful sword cultivators appeared from all directions, and countless sword chi storms were everywhere, stirring up the surroundings into chaos. Sage King, the Empress is severely injured. Bai Ditian suddenly shouted. When Yang Chuan's consciousness entered the golden dragon, he did not look at ZZ. However, the moment he entered the golden dragon, he saw ZZ betraying him, so he shifted his attention. At that moment, Bai Ditian shouted. The golden dragon of destiny suddenly looked down and immediately found ZZ in the midst of a group of battles. A few palace maids were holding ZZ, and her face was dark purple. Roar, ZZ! The golden dragon suddenly roared. As it roared, a ferocious aura surged in all directions. Unfortunately, it only had an imposing aura and no actual power. ZZ, who was lying in the palace maid's arms, looked at the anxious expression of the golden dragon in the sky. Suddenly, a sad but beautiful smile appeared on her face. Husband! ZZ called out weakly. Roar, ZZ! The golden dragon of Providence roared. Gooey Goozy looked at ZZ in surprise. Haha, you're quite concerned about that girl? Unfortunately, she controlled the Yellow Springs Road. In order to prevent you from the netherworld from interfering, she had no choice but to die. Gooey Goozy sneered. Gooey Goozy! The golden dragon of destiny shouted angrily. What? Gooey Goozy sneered. You've crossed the line. Roar. The golden dragon of Providence revealed a ferocious expression. Crossing the border? Humph. I don't have boundaries. Those who follow me will prosper, those who block me will die. Isn't that your creed? Gooey Goozy said coldly. The golden dragon of Providence looked at ZZ anxiously. Suddenly, he saw a man not far away. That man was currently blocked by a group of Great Shan soldiers. He was currently looking around coldly. It was him. Earlier, he had transformed into Yang Chuan's appearance. Now, he had returned to his original appearance with a gloomy expression. There were countless battles around him, but this man had not moved at all. Zhenxiong, it's you again. Yang Chuan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Holy King, it's this man who pretended to be you and deceived everyone's trust. Then, Gooey Goozy injured the Empress. An expert protecting the Empress shouted. It's the identical beast. ZZ called out weakly. In the sky, the golden dragon of Providence's eyes turned cold. Zhenxiong, it's you again? You again, the golden dragon of Providence suddenly said coldly. As for why Zhenxiong was the identical beast, Yang Chuan did not care. He only knew that this was the second time. In his previous life, he had been framed by Zhenxiong. In this life, Zhenxiong had come to destroy Great Shan. This enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. Zhenxiong was a middle-aged man with a small beard. He looked very decent, but his eyes were vaguely sinister. At this moment, the golden dragon of Providence looked at him coldly. Zhenxiong suddenly panicked. He turned to look at Gooey Goozy, who was not far away. Then, he said, Yang Chuan, it's your fate to be killed by me and my teacher. I just didn't expect that after your death last time, you would be able to make a comeback in just a few thousand years. In the sky, the golden dragon of Providence's pupils suddenly shrank. Last time? Could it be that in my previous life, you? That's right, that's right. In my previous life, I had the poisonous vine. Ordinary poisons could not hurt me and Zhen Ru at all. With your ability, it's impossible for you to have that poison. Was it provided by Gooey Goozy? No, Gooey Goozy had not awakened at that time. The golden dragon of Providence suddenly fell into a complicated thought. Yang Chuan did not know that there was a dark Gooey Goozy. Only Gooey Goozy knew about this. Therefore, everything was strange. No matter what happens, Zhenxiong, I will cut you into pieces. Remember, I will find you soon. The golden dragon of Providence said with a cold look. Zhenxiong raised his eyebrows and looked at Gooey Goozy. Haha, there's no need to wait. Your Xianyang city is about to be destroyed. Gooey Goozy laughed. He was controlling the Supreme Decay Dragon formation. The formation of Xianyang City was shaking. A huge decaying dragon was constantly hitting the formation of Xianyang City. It seemed that the formation would be destroyed soon. In Xianyang City, Shu Fu was getting more and more anxious. Everyone, attack. Civilians and officials, attack. Otherwise, once the formation is destroyed, the decaying gas will instantly wash over the entire Xianyang City. Xianyang City will soon become a dead city, Shu Fu shouted anxiously. Lu Buwei also shouted to the outside world with an ugly expression, everyone outside Xianyang, attack the source of the black gas with all your strength. Hurry, hurry, rumble. Around them, countless soldiers rushed toward the source of the black gas. It was the source of the black gas that was constantly injecting decaying gas into the Supreme Decay Dragon formation. As long as the source of the black gas stopped supplying decaying gas, Xianyang City would be saved. However, around the source of the black gas, heavenly Tao shot into the sky. Countless sword chi storms sealed off the void. Almost 10 ancestral immortals were protecting the source of the black gas. Bastard! The generals outside were anxious. Bai Ditian was also being held back by 2 ancestral immortals and could not go forward. At this moment, the fierce generals were almost in the netherworld. Even the terracotta soldiers were in the netherworld. The defenses of the Yang realm were extremely weak. Only 2 ancestral immortals were fighting against the ancestral immortals of the deity sword manor. They were the pheasant queen and the dog god. However, the 2 of them could not break through the defenses of the ancestral immortals. The entire Xianyang City was in great danger. Guiguzi proudly manipulated the formation and said, "Ha ha ha, the road to the underworld is indeed a great convenience. Unfortunately, it is also a great flaw. In at most the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Xianyang City will be broken. Yang Chuan, let's see what kind of luck you have left." The entire Xianyang City was in chaos. In the source of the black gas, tens of thousands of feng shui masters were channeling the energy of the netherworld and the surrounding dragon veins to create the rotten gas for Guiguzi. All of them were extremely focused. The battle outside could not affect the inside at all. Originally, everything was foolproof. Once Xianyang City was destroyed, the feng shui masters would have made a great contribution. However, right at this moment, grumbling sounds could be heard from the underground of the source of the black gas. "Second brother, I already told you that this is Xianyang. Don't look for treasures anymore. Look for my foot. There's ghostly chi everywhere. Weren't you the most agitated when I told you yesterday? Old Ma, am I right? I don't know. Don't drag me into your business. Did you hear that? Second brother, you are slandering big brother. If this was another place, it would be a crime, but, big brother, you know me. Although I'm not a feng shui master, digging holes and looking at earth veins are my specialty. Yesterday, I saw the earth veins moving in this direction. There's obviously a treasure. Are you stupid? This is Xianyang. There are so many feng shui masters in Xianyang. Do you think it's your turn to have a treasure? They have already searched the surroundings. All right. What should we do now? What can we do? Let's go out and continue digging holes. Let's go to the surface. All right. As the 3 people on the ground grumbled, they continued to dig holes until they reached the surface. Boom. A figure jumped out of a hole in the ground. It was Ninth Rat. Ninth Rat jumped out and opened his mouth wide. At that moment, nearly 10,000 black-robed men suddenly looked at him in surprise. Everyone was looking at Ninth Rat. He seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. Why is it so dark? It's not dawn yet. Second brother, you idiot. How did you tell the time? A fat man climbed out of the hole with difficulty. Don't come out, big brother, Ninth Rat shouted. However, the fat man had already come out. He swayed his fat body and sat on the ground. Sitting on the ground, he suddenly felt the attention of everyone. The last one to come out was Ma Wang, who was dragging a coffin. When the 3 of them came out, they looked around in shock. At that moment, the nearly 10,000 black-robed men in the surroundings were all making hand seals as they looked at the 3 people in front of them in confusion. Dongfang Zhengpai looked at the crowd, and his expression froze. Then, he revealed an ugly fake smile and said, "Ha ha ha ha. We are just passing by. You guys continue." Bang! Dongfang Zhengpai jumped into the hole without any restraint. The other two wanted to follow in fear, but they could not jump in halfway. "Damn it. I'm stuck. Second brother, how did you dig this hole? You got us killed." Dongfang Zhengpai wanted to cry but had no tears. Ninth rat felt even more wronged. "You blocked the hole. You got us killed, okay? Take them down," one of the feng shui masters shouted. More than 10 feng shui masters in the surroundings immediately controlled dozens of dragon veins to charge at the three people. "Ah! Help!" Dongfang Zhengpai shouted. However, he was stuck in the hole and could not go up or down. When Ma Wang saw that, he panicked and said, "Hide in the coffin." Creak! The coffin lid opened. Sealed inside the coffin was an explosive beast that had fallen into the endless void. Suddenly, an exit appeared not far away. Roar! It appeared again. Roar! "Bastards! I want you dead." The exploding beast roared and charged out. Whoosh! The exploding beast charged out of the coffin. Ma Wang quickly covered himself, Ninth Rat, and Dongfang Zhengpai with the coffin. When the exploding beast came out, it was much more cautious. It wanted to take a look first. However, when it came out, dozens of dragon veins charged at it. At a glance, there were nearly 10,000 black-robed men in the surroundings. Roar! "You want to silence me? I'll fight it out with you. Self-destruct." The exploding beast shouted in grief. In the outside world, nearly 10,000 feng shui masters looked at the monster that had suddenly appeared. Hong tilde 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 tilde. Chapter 1272. Roar! "You want to kill me? I'll kill you. Self-destruct." The exploding beast roared. In the outside world, nearly 10,000 feng shui masters stared blankly at the exploding beast. Hong tilde 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 tilde. The exploding beast exploded in the center of the black gas source. The huge impact instantly killed more than half of the feng shui masters. "Ah! No!" Amid countless screams, the black gas source was completely destroyed. Gui Gu's rotten gas supply was suddenly cut off. "We're saved." Shu Fu was pleasantly surprised. In the distance, the black gas source exploded. Even the experts from Deity Sword Villa who were surrounding it were severely injured by the explosion. Countless cultivators were sent flying. Gui Guzi, who was in the middle of the battle, was shocked. "How can this be?" Gui Guzi was shocked. In the sky, the Golden Dragon of Providence was also shocked. The Golden Dragon of Providence suddenly climbed down and closed its eyes as if it was in a deep sleep. At the same time, to the east of Zhenlong's territory, Bai Qi stretched out his hand and brought out a ball of light. Yang Chuan sat cross-legged in the ball of light with his eyes closed. Suddenly, Yang Chuan opened his eyes. "Sage King?" Bai Qi looked at Yang Chuan. Kwong. With a flip of his hand, Yang Chuan took out the sky-burying coffin. "Good, I knew that the Eastern Orthodox sect was blessed with great fortune. The heaven-burying coffin has been sent back. Bai Qi, I will send you back to Xianyang to protect ZZ. Also, be careful of Gui Guzi, he has changed." "Ah, yes," Bai Qi replied. Kwong. Bai Qi was instantly trapped in the sky-burying coffin. Yang Chuan immediately kept the sky-burying coffin and flew back to Zhenlong's territory. At the entrance of the central palace in the netherworld, zombie Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. "Meng Yi, take the terracotta army and head to the world of the living," zombie Yang Chuan said coldly. "Yes." Kwong. Zombie Yang Chuan stretched out his hand and took out a huge coffin in the mortal realm. Giguzi's eyesight immediately caught sight of the sky-burying coffin in the distance. World-suppressing bronze coffin? Gui Gu's expression changed. Giguzi raised his head and looked at the Sea of Providence. The Golden Dragon of Providence had already prostrated itself. He withdrew his consciousness. Not good. Gui Gu's face darkened. "Everyone, leave at once. Quick, quick, quick." Gui Guzi shouted decisively. In the distance, Zhen Xiong also noticed that something was wrong, and he immediately turned around and shot away. Swish! Gui Guzi shot towards the east. The top powers from Deity Sword Villa were shocked. Go! The ancestral immortals grabbed their subordinates and fled towards the east. Where do you think you are going? Dog Deity, Bai Detian, and Pheasant Empress immediately held back the ancestral immortals, not allowing them to escape. At the same time, with the protection of the heaven-burying coffin, Dongfang Zhengpai, Ren Rat, and Horse King were unharmed. Phew, thank goodness, Dongfang Zhengpai said with lingering fear. While the three of them were sighing, a figure suddenly appeared beside them. Ah, Lord Bai? Dongfang Zhengpai said in surprise. Everyone, thank you for your hard work, Bai Qi said sincerely. Then, he stepped out of the heaven-burying coffin. Rumble. Suddenly, a huge army appeared. The army did not hesitate, and they did not even greet the others as they charged out. What's going on? Dongfang Zhengpai and the others were confused. Rumble. Great Shen's reinforcements had appeared. The expressions of the people who were fleeing changed drastically, and they sped up their escape. The ancestral immortals fled quickly, but those below the ancestral immortal realm were much slower. When the terracotta army appeared, Meng Yi immediately shouted, "No one is allowed to leave. Those who dare to escape will be killed without mercy." Roar. The terracotta army roared in unison, and they each grabbed their crossbows and aimed at the countless fleeing cultivators. Bai Qi, on the other hand, charged towards Bai Detian. At this moment, Bai Detian, Dog Deity, and Pheasant Empress were holding back three ancestral immortals. The three ancestral immortals were also very anxious. When Gui Guzi shouted to leave immediately, they knew that something had happened. The three major factions of the Outer East continent had actually been paying attention to Great Shen ever since Zhu Gong returned empty-handed. They knew how fierce Great Shen was. Now, even Gui Guzi had escaped. How could they not escape? However, Bai Detian, Dog Deity, and Pheasant Empress were like dogskin plasters that could not be shaken off. No, Great Shen's reinforcements have arrived. If this drags on, we will definitely suffer. Right, Great Shen's Empress. As long as we capture Great Shen's Empress, we will be safe. I'll go, you guys block them. The three ancestral immortals were anxious. Immediately, two ancestral immortals risked their injuries to block Bai Detian and the others. The last ancestral immortal headed straight for ZZ. Stop! Bai Detian cried out in alarm. However, the tiger race experts were at most ancient immortals. How could they block the ancestral immortal's ferocious attack? In the blink of an eye, the ancestral immortal was about to reach ZZ. Just as the ancestral immortal was feeling excited, a chill ran down his spine. The threat of death instantly filled his entire body. What? The ancestral immortal exclaimed. With a boom, a large number of heavenly Daos quickly surrounded him. In the blink of an eye, he merged with the heavenly Daos and faced this sudden ominous feeling. Die tilde 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 tilde. A furious roar sounded. The ancestral immortal turned his head and saw a huge saber energy slashing down at his heavenly Dao. Countless red karmic fire lotuses surrounded the saber energy. Ah! Boom! The huge heavenly Dao exploded under this saber energy. The ancestral immortal could only open his mouth wide in fear. Bam! The saber energy slashed the ancestral immortal into pieces. The shattered corpse in the sky was stirred up by the surrounding saber energy and turned into dust that scattered with the wind. On the other side, the five ancestral immortals who were fighting widened their eyes. That was an ancestral immortal. An ancestral immortal was killed by a single saber strike? No. Second brother. The other two ancestral immortals cried out in fear. However, no matter how much they cried out, the ancestral immortal could not be revived. Bai Qi. Bai Detian cried out in surprise. Bai Qi looked at the battlefield, but he quickly looked at the Empress. ZZ was extremely weak at this moment. Bai Qi did not chase after anyone. Instead, he quickly stood beside the Empress to prevent any accidents. Empress, the Sage King will be back soon. Bai Qi said solemnly. The heaven-burying coffin was Yang Chuan's supreme treasure. It required Yang Chuan to activate it to teleport someone to another refined heaven-burying coffin. However, Yang Chuan could not teleport someone else. When Zizi heard that Yang Chuan would be back soon, she smiled and nodded slightly. Bai Qi turned his head to look at the battlefield with a ferocious expression. In the distance, Xianyang was rescued. A large number of officials rushed out. In the blink of an eye, the officials of Dajin surrounded them. Shu Fu rushed forward. Lord Shu, you're the #1 alchemist in Dajin. Quick, take a look at the Empress. A palace maid at the side called out anxiously. Shu Fu quickly took out a golden pill and said, "This is the Golden 9 Transformations pill. Heal the injuries to your body and soul first." The palace maid quickly fed the Golden 9 Transformations pill to ZZ. ZZ did not refuse and consumed the pill in a blink of an eye. Soon after, the injuries on ZZ's body disappeared. Her face regained its color, but she was still extremely weak. What's going on? Why is the Empress still so weak? Lord Shu, what other pills do you have? Please save the Empress. The palace maid said anxiously. The officials looked at Shu Fu. A bitter expression appeared on Shu Fu's face as he said, "This is Gui Gu's Meridian Soul Dispersing Palm. The 9 Transformations Golden Core can only repair one's body and soul. I can't do anything about birth charts." Ah! Everyone was anxious. Lu Buwei's eyes flashed with anger as he looked around. Capture everyone. Kill anyone who resist. Roar. The soldiers of Xianyang charged in all directions. Outside Xianyang, a battle broke out again. However, this time, the situation was completely different. Dajin had switched from defense to offense. It was unusually ferocious. In a valley far away from Xianyang, a black-robed woman with a ferocious mask stood at the entrance of the valley. 10 powerhouses stood behind her. Is that Bai Qi? How domineering. Bai Qi didn't even use his full strength. He didn't even use the heavenly Tao. The deity sword mana has failed. The 10 powerhouses discussed among themselves. If they were in Xianyang, many people would recognize them. They were the powerhouses from the Ju Palace who had besieged Xianyang. Palace Master, it's fortunate that you didn't agree with the deity sword mana, one of them said respectfully. The woman with the ferocious mask nodded. Dajin. Next, Dajin will definitely launch a fierce counterattack. Let's leave this place first. The woman with the ferocious mask said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone replied and left quickly. In Xianyang, the appearance of the terracotta soldiers immediately made it so that those who were unable to escape in time no longer had a chance to escape. Xianyang's army also suppressed their anger and quickly came out to capture everyone. Meng Yi looked to the east with a frown. Lord Meng, there's no need to chase them. Let's wait for the Sage King to return. The Sage King won't let the deity sword mana off. Lu Buwei shouted. All right. Meng Yi nodded. He turned to look at the exploding beast that had recovered not far away. He extended his hand and used the sky-burying coffin that Dongfang Zheng sect had brought back to cover the exploding beast. Swoosh. The exploding beast was instantly sucked into the coffin. No. The exploding beast roared in despair. However, it was useless. The exploding beast was imprisoned again. There were many prisoners being escorted around. Everything was calm. They waited for another 4 hours. Boom. A gust of wind swept across Xianyang. A figure rushed over and instantly appeared in front of everyone. Greetings to the Sage King. Everyone greeted. It was Yang Chuan who had returned at an extremely fast speed. His speed was so fast that his clothes were slightly worn out. His hair was blood-red and disheveled. Yang Chuan quickly ran to ZZ. ZZ. Yang Chuan hugged ZZ and said anxiously. ZZ slowly opened her eyes and revealed a sad but beautiful smile. Husband, I've finally waited for you to return. This is the last time I've seen you. The Yellow Springs Road is gone. I'm sorry. No, I won't let anything happen to you. I won't. Yang Chuan's nose twitched and his eyes turned red. Zizi smiled and looked at Yang Chuan closely. It was as though she wanted to engrave him in her mind. Taking a deep breath, Yang Chuan said with determination, "Zizi, I'm here. You'll be fine. Trust me." Chapter 1273. Meow, come here. Yang Chuan suddenly called out with Zizi in his arms. Buzz. The void around Yang Chuan suddenly shook, and a rune disc appeared. Then, Meow appeared in front of Yang Chuan. Meow, Yang Chuan, what happened? Ah, Sister Zizi, what happened to you? Meow was stunned at first, then she screamed. Meow quickly jumped in front of Zizi. Meow. Zizi said weakly. Sister Zizi, what happened to you? Who bullied you? Meow Meow burst into tears. All right, Meow, don't cry. Take a look, can you save her? Zizi's birth chart is damaged. After all, you are. Take a look. Yang Chuan asked anxiously. Meow looked and shook her head. With tears in her eyes, she said, I can't do anything. I can't do anything either. Meow couldn't do anything. Yang Chuan frowned. Yang Chuan, save Sister Zizi, save Sister Zizi. Meow cried. Yang Chuan frowned and turned to Zizi. Zizi, I can't save you now, but I can keep you in your current state. Please believe that I will find a way to save you one day, Yang Chuan said with absolute certainty. Okay. Zizi's eyes flashed with gentleness. Kwong. Yang Chuan took out a sky-burying copper coffin. He carried Zizi and gently placed her into the sky-burying copper coffin. Buzz. Countless stars suddenly appeared in the sky-burying copper coffin. The stars surrounded Zizi, and in the blink of an eye, Zizi's surroundings became blurry. Zizi, sleep. When you wake up, it will be time for me to save you, Yang Chuan said gently. Okay. Zizi nodded. Zizi slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. Who? Countless stars quickly surrounded Zizi. In the blink of an eye, Zizi's body became more and more blurry. Seeing Zizi fall asleep and the heaven-burying coffin blurry, Yang Chuan's eyes flashed with a monstrous fury. Blue veins popped out on his fists. Meow, Yang Chuan, will Sister Zizi really be alright? In the past, my sister gave me a lot of delicious food. You have to save my sister, Meow cried. Don't worry, the time in this coffin is very, very slow, infinitely close to the time limit. I will find a way to save Zizi. Gooey Goozy. Yang Chuan's eyes flashed with anger as he spoke. Holy King, Gooey Goozy colluded with Zhenxiong and the deity Sword Villa. We didn't expect this at all. Lu Buwei said in shame. Holy Monarch, many of the defensive systems in Xianyang were designed by Lao, by Gooey Goozy. That's why I didn't dare to use many of the formations back then, Shu Fu said in a guilty manner. It has nothing to do with you. Don't blame yourself. Yang Chuan shook his head. This time, it was his fault. He trusted Gooey Goozy too much and almost caused a disaster. Yang Chuan knew that he was in the wrong. However, as an emperor, he knew that he was in the wrong and could not admit his mistakes. He gently closed the coffin for Zizi. Meow Meow was still crying like a crying cat. He carefully put away the heaven-burying coffin. Meow, sob sob sob, Yang Chuan, I want to avenge Sister Zizi. Let's destroy the deity Sword Villa. I want to avenge Sister Zizi, Meow cried. Yes, you want to avenge deity Sword Villa. Yang Chuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Liu Gang, issue a kill order to all the disciples of the deity Sword Villa. Spread the word to the world. Bring their heads to Diezhen for a reward, Yang Chuan said coldly. Yes. Liu Gang immediately replied. Lu Buwei, use your cursive script to spread the message to all the territories in the outer eastern continent. Diezhen is about to destroy the deity Sword Villa. Anyone who tries to stop them will be Diezhen's enemy. Anyone who hides the disciples of the deity Sword Villa will be Diezhen's enemy. Great Zhen will not rest until one of us is dead, Yang Chuan shouted. Yes. Lu Buwei replied. Holy King, should we send out the troops now? Meng Yi stepped forward and asked. Looking to the east, Yang Chuan's eyes were cold. Let's wait for them to return. I don't want anyone to run away. Yes. Meng Yi replied. At the same time, in the netherworld, behind Zombie Yang Chuan stood a group of officials who had rushed over. Yi Feng. Zombie Yang Chuan said. Yes, Your Majesty. Pass down the order. Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Jin Dayu, bring all the elites back. Zombie Yang Chuan said. 3 army commanders. They just conquered half of the 3 territories. Something big happened in the mortal realm? Yi Feng asked curiously. Yes, something big happened in the mortal realm. Some people still see Da Zhan as a potential threat, but they don't know that they have already been eliminated. Mph, I will destroy the deity sword villa with lightning speed. I will also let others know that they will have to pay a heavy price if they want to test Da Zhan. Yang Chuan said coldly. Yes. Yi Feng replied. The mortal realm. Xianyang. Yang Chuan returned to the palace. The officials and commoners paid their respects to him. However, Yang Chuan wasn't in the mood at all. He didn't show his face much. Skyward Palace Square. Dongfang Zhengpai, Ren Shu, Horse King, this time, it's all thanks to you. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Ha. Of course. Dongfang Zhengpai and Ren Shu were naturally very proud. Horse King was ashamed because he understood that all of this was a coincidence, an absolute coincidence. Horse King, since the Horse Clan has become Da Zhan's national beast, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. This is the Horse Clan's fate. You can refine it yourself. Yang Chuan said. Thank you, Sage King. Horse King nodded. What about us? Dongfang Zhengpai immediately shouted. Ancestral immortal artifacts and treasures in the palace treasury. You can choose any 3 of them. Go and choose. Yang Chuan promised solemnly. Oh, haha, I knew it. Second brother, did you hear that? Sage King is still the best. Every time you search for treasures, you find a pile of bones. Dongfang Zhengpai scolded Ren Shu. Ren Shu was very happy at this moment and didn't refute. After sending off the 3 of them, Yang Chuan looked at Pheasant Queen. Pheasant Queen, you have seen Da Zhan. This time, I have to thank you. Have you thought about it? Yang Chuan said solemnly. Since Emperor Yang is so ambitious, my Pheasant Clan is also willing to add flowers to brocade. Pheasant Queen immediately nodded. Good. From now on, the Pheasant Clan will also be Da Zhan's national beast. You will be the leader of the Pheasant Clan, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Boom. The Providence clouds churned, and Pheasant Queen appeared beside the statues of Bai Detian and the others. Pheasant Queen heaved a sigh of relief as if she had finally calmed down. This is the Pheasant Clan's ancestral fate. I won't explain it. You can cultivate on your own. Yang Chuan took out a jade box and said solemnly. Thank you, Sage King. Pheasant Queen nodded. After sending off the group, Liu Gang came again. Sage King, after interrogating those people, we have obtained some information. This group of feng shui masters were all nurtured by Gui Guzi. Perhaps he was nurtured in secret. I failed in my duty and didn't even know. As for the information obtained from Deity Sword Manor, they have been brooding about Da Zhan. When Gui Guzi appeared, they hit it off and wanted to strike first. Liu Gang said. As he spoke, he handed over a comprehensive set of information. After receiving the information, Yang Chuan nodded. Sage King, how should we deal with these people? Liu Gang asked solemnly. What's the point of keeping them? Yang Chuan said coldly. Yes. I know what to do. Liu Gang left. Yang Chuan still looked at the information in his hand with resentment. In the netherworld. In the 3 weaves, the 3 legions were singing in victory. When they suddenly received Yang Chuan's orders, they were all confused. However, they still arranged their work and quickly led the elites to the great Qin city. Through the sky-burying coffin, Yang Chuan quickly sent countless soldiers back to the Yang realm. The Yellow Springs Road was gone, but there was still the sky-burying coffin. In the Yang realm, Da Zhan's announcement to the outer eastern continent quickly spread in all directions. When the various weave lords received the news, they were all in an uproar. They didn't expect Da Zhen's tone to be so domineering. At the same time, almost all the eyes of the Outer East continent gathered on the Da Zhen Holy Court and the Deity Sword Villa. Ever since Ju Palace returned without success in Xianyang, the various experts of the Outer East continent had a new analysis in their hearts. The three strongest factions in the Outer East continent had become four, with the addition of the Da Zhen Holy Court. Now, the two strongest factions were going to fight to the death. The various Weave Lords were naturally happy to see this happen. In Ju Palace, the master of Ju Palace led a group of divine palace lords and looked at Zhen Xiong in front of him. Palace Lord Ju, I can completely represent the Villa Lord. I'm sure you saw the battle that day, and your Ju Palace also received a copy of Da Zhen's announcement, Zhen Xiong said with a smile. That's right, Palace Lord Ju said indifferently. Da Zhen is a dynasty, and the emperor has always been insatiable. Once something happens to the 5 weaves of the Deity Sword Villa, Da Zhen will be the strongest faction in the Outer East continent. At that time, Yang Chuan will definitely expand his territory, and Ju Palace will definitely bear the brunt because of the past grudges, Zhen Xiong said with certainty. Oh, Palace Lord Ju said indifferently. The road to the underworld has been broken, and Da Zhen is isolated and without help. Palace Lord Ju, this time, we are here to form an alliance with Ju Palace. My Deity Sword Villa will attract Da Zhen's main force, and Ju Palace will go to Xianyang to destroy Yang Chuan. What do you think? Zhen Xiong said with a smile. No need, I don't want to interfere in Da Zhen's affairs. Palace Lord Ju said indifferently. Palace Lord, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yes, Palace Lord, Da Zhen killed Green Divine King and Purple Divine King, and this enmity is set. Sooner or later, we will meet again. Now is such a good opportunity, how can we? Palace Lord, Zhen Xiong is right. The group of divine palace lords immediately advised. Palace Lord Ju said coldly, do I need you to teach me how to do things? Yes, we dare not. No one dared to say more. Zhen Xiong was anxious. Mr. Zhen, I'm sorry. Palace Lord Ju said indifferently. No, I'm the one who disturbed you. Goodbye. Zhen Xiong frowned. I won't see you out. Palace Lord Ju said in a deep voice. After Zhen Xiong left, the divine palace lords discussed again. Palace Lord Ju took a deep breath and said, Da Zhen is no longer the Da Zhen of the past. Da Zhen's development is too terrifying. Unless my father. Halfway through, Palace Lord Ju stopped talking. But Palace Lord, if we don't participate now, we might not have another chance in the future, a divine palace lord said anxiously. Let's wait and see. Palace Lord Ju said in a deep voice. Yes. After 3 months of reorganization, all the armies of Da Zhen gathered outside Xianyang, waiting for Yang Chuan's order to attack Deity Sword Villa. Chapter 1274. By the sage ruler's order, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Jin Dayu are to lead their respective armies and attack Western Sword Weave immediately. The sage ruler is to meet with the 3 generals at the Western Sword Weave's manor in a few days. Lu Buwei shouted. As you command. Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Jin Dayu shouted. Boom. On the ground, huge airships carrying Da Zhen's countless troops quickly shot toward the east. Whether it was the people of Great Zhen or the scouts from the various factions that had rushed over, all of them could feel a strong fighting spirit when they saw the mighty army. Boom. In the blink of an eye, everyone was gone. The battle between the Holy Court of Da Zhen and Deity Sword Villa had officially begun. Countless scouts from various factions followed behind. At the same time, more and more powerhouses were gathering in the Western Sword territory. Xianyang, upper study. Yang Chuan sat in front of his desk, holding some documents in his hand. A black-robed man knelt on one knee in front of him. Sage King, Deity Sword Villa controls 5 weaves, Dongjian Weave, Nanjian Weave, Shijian Weave, Northjian Weave, and Deity Sword Weave, which is at the center of the 4 weaves. Pavilion Master has already led Heaven Mending Pavilion there in advance. The black-robed man said respectfully. According to this document, there was an extremely high-ranking prisoner in Shijian Weave a few years ago. Yang Chuan said in a low voice as he held the document in his hand. Yes. At that time, no one was allowed to get close. It was Zhen Xiong who interrogated him. In the past, even when we tried to investigate, we couldn't get too deep. Now, we speculate that the person who was interrogated was most likely Li Sai. The black-robed man said respectfully. Smack. Yang Chuan slammed his palm on the desk angrily. The black-robed man in front of him didn't say a word, allowing Yang Chuan to think. Shijian Weave. Who's there now? Yang Chuan said in a low voice. There should be 4 ancestral immortals from Deity Sword Villa guarding it. However, after Darzhan announced it to the world, they might have invited their friends to help. Perhaps the number of ancestral immortals has increased by 2 or 3, the black-robed man said respectfully. Help! They want to get involved in this mess. Then he would have to pay the price. He would inform Invincible and assassinate them all. Hang the corpse on the city gate tower outside the residence. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. The black-robed man replied. Yang Realm, Outer Eastern Continent, Western Sword Weave. Boom. 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 Daezhan's flying ship split into 3 and entered the Western Sword territory. The various armies arrived at the various cities one after another. Outside a city. By the order of Sage King Darzhan, your cities must immediately open their gates and surrender. Otherwise, your punishment will be even worse. Meng Tian shouted. In the distance, on top of the city gate tower, a group of guards and city lords stood with twitching eyelids. Impudent! How dare a puny holy hall like you come to my city? The city lord immediately refused. Meng Tian snorted coldly. Brandishing the spear in his hand, he slammed it towards the tower. The city tower formation suddenly appeared, but Meng Tian's strength was unusually strong. Ha! Meng Tian shouted. Boom! The entire city tower exploded with a loud bang. The city lord and the others on top of the city tower were instantly sent flying. Those who dare to resist, kill without mercy. Meng Tian shouted. Yes. The army charged towards the city with a loud bang. There was no military strategy or strategy. It was purely brute force. The strength of one person could defeat 1,000 soldiers. Under Meng Tian's spear, countless soldiers in the city lost their will to fight. Meng Tian broke through the city like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. When the battle began, it was simply a one-sided massacre. Soon, those who surrendered and those who fled. Not long after, a city was taken down. People in the city, listen up. This is a grudge between the Holy Hall of Daezhan and Deity Sword Villa. It has nothing to do with you. You will continue as before, but there is one thing. No one is allowed to harbor the disciples of Deity Sword Villa. His voice echoed throughout the city. Countless people frowned as they looked at the countless soldiers flying in the sky. Although there were complaints, no one stood up. At this moment, the difference between a village-style city and a national-style city was reflected. To Deity Sword Villa, a city was just a place to collect endless taxes. To the Holy Hall of Daezhan, however, it was a territory that required the protection of Daezhan. The people had faith in their country. Once the enemy attacked, many people would spontaneously help defend the city. But here, the people did not have much faith. Although some worshipped Deity Sword Villa, it was only worship. They were not members of Deity Sword Villa. When the villa was in trouble, the people did not immediately want to help. After the city was breached, a large number of soldiers were captured. Meng Tian's army continued to attack other cities, while the civil officials who came later began to organize the cities and enlighten the people. The armies of Daezhan from all directions did the same. They crazily attacked one city after another and headed towards the central manor. Bad news continuously spread to the Western Sword Domain's manor. In the manor sat 4 ancestral immortals. At this moment, their expressions were extremely ugly. Breaching the city with ancestral immortals? Daezhan is too shameless this time. Big brother, should we go too? Let's eliminate Wang Jian and the others. More importantly, these people are not people we can kill. Third brother, the news has spread to Deity Sword Domain. What did the villa lord say? There's still no news from the villa lord. Everyone was anxious. This time, we each invited a large number of friends. Meng Tian, Wang Jian, Jin Dayu, they can't do anything to us. I just don't know when Yang Chuan will arrive. I hope the villa lord will send a message soon. Diazhen. If I had known, I would have killed him back then. Everyone was at a loss. Report. Bad news, bad news. A servant rushed straight to the main hall. What's wrong? Ancestral masters, quickly, outside the manor, outside the city. The servant looked frightened. What's going on outside the city? Whoosh. Everyone rushed straight out of the city. At this moment, in the mountains outside the manor, countless experts gathered. They looked at the distant city tower with twitching faces. Is that the leader of the neighboring domain? Is that great sword loose cultivator? Supreme Venerable Huang Hai? They are all here to help Deity Sword Villa. They are all ancestral immortals. And that group of ancient immortals over there. I originally thought that since the Deity Sword Villa had invited so many friends to help, they would definitely be an iron bucket and Diazhen would definitely return empty-handed. However, these people who came to help were all killed. 3 ancestral immortals and 96 ancient immortals. They are all dead. And they are hung on the city tower. When were they hung up there? Around the manor, there was an uproar. This scene was too shocking. The most terrifying thing was that it happened silently. No one knew how it happened. Whoosh. 4 ancestral immortals of Deity Sword Villa flew out from the manor. When they saw the corpses hanging on the city tower, they were all terrified. Ancestral immortals, 3 ancestral immortals, all died silently. West Sword Mansion Lord, I can only apologize for what I promised you in the past. On a mountain peak in the distance, a man immediately called out. West Sword Mansion Lord, I'm sorry. I don't want to participate in this anymore. West Sword Mansion Lord, I'm going back. Some of the allies that Deity Sword Villa had planted outside to ambush them at any time expressed their intention to withdraw. It was not that they did not want to help, but they did not dare to. Even ancestral immortals were assassinated silently, but the disciples of Deity Sword Villa were unharmed. What did that mean? It meant that the entire Shijian territory was in Diazhen's hands. Otherwise, it would not be difficult to assassinate ancestral immortals of Deity Sword Villa. At this time, only those who were not stupid understood that if the disciples of Deity Sword Villa did not escape, they would be dead. Were they going to be like moths to a flame? Diazhen's anger was more than just aggressive. At the same time, in Xianyang City, at the entrance of Skyward Palace. Lu Buwei, I will leave behind the sky-burying coffin that sealed the explosive beast. Do not let anything happen to Xianyang City, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Lu Buwei replied. Yang Chuan stepped onto the dragon carriage with Zhao Arfang beside him. Bai Qi, Meng Yi, and Yin Hentian followed beside him. Let's go. Bai Qi shouted. Roar. 5 dragons soared into the sky. Yang Chuan led the terracotta army into battle. The 3 armies were unstoppable. Yang Chuan's group was not very fast, but when the army arrived at Shijian territory, nearly half of the cities in Shijian territory had already been destroyed by Diazhen. Moreover, the 3 commanders had already met up at the Shijian territory's main residence. The 4 ancestral immortals had been in a constant state of panic during this period of time. They had tried to escape, but not once had they succeeded. Outside the main residence, a group of black-robed men suddenly appeared and beat them back with heavy injuries. Deity Sword Villa's sword Dao was outstanding. However, at this moment, the 4 ancestral immortals bitterly realized that the so-called outstanding sword Dao was laughable. The black-robed men were the ones with outstanding sword Dao. One of them was a black-robed man with a white sword. The group of ancestral immortals could not even last a round against him. The 4 ancestral immortals were all forced back to the main residence. This scene made the countless onlookers realize how terrifying Diazhen was. Outside the main residence, in a small forest. At this moment, a group of people had gathered. Pavilion Master, the Sage King is about to arrive. A black-robed man said respectfully to the leader. The Sage King is here. All right, let's go. Pavilion Master Bu Tian said in a low voice. Yes. Whoosh. The group disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Jin Dayu led the three armies and surrounded the main residence. Roar. Roar. A series of dragon roars could be heard as the 5-dragon carriage approached from afar. Yang Chuan stepped out of the main hall and looked coldly at the main residence in front of him. Greetings, Sage King. In the distance, the three armies shouted in unison. In the surroundings, the experts of the various territories all stared with wide eyes. The Sage King of Diasian is personally leading the army. Countless cultivators' mentality had undergone a complicated change. Originally, they did not think highly of him, but now, they felt a little admiration. In the distance, an ancestral immortal of deity Sword Villa saw this and immediately flew into the sky. Boom! The ancestral immortal was enveloped by the heavenly Tao. Yama Emperor, we are willing to surrender. The flying ancestral immortal shouted. Surrender. Yang Chuan revealed a cold smile. I do not need you to surrender, deity Sword Villa, all of you must die. Yang Chuan said coldly. Kill. Bai Qi roared. Boom. Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Jin Dayu charged forward. Chapter 1275. Boom. The final battle of Shijian Weave began. Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Meng Yi, and Jin Dayu each fought an ancestral immortal, instantly suppressing 4 of them. The other armies surrounded the 3 city gates and attacked from 3 different directions. They surrounded 3 of them and lacked 1. Immediately, the experts of Deity Sword Manor retreated and escaped from the main mansion. Manor Lord, why? Why didn't you come and save us? Manor Lord. The experts of Deity Sword Manor cried out in grief, but no one from Deity Sword Weave came to save them. It was as if Shijian Weave had no intention of keeping them. Kill. Save us. Ah. The battlefield was in chaos. The onlookers all sighed at Dajian's ferocity. Roar. 5 dragons roared as the dragon carriage carried Yang Chuan and the others to the main mansion. The terracotta soldiers led the way, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the plaza of the main palace. Yang Chuan stepped off the dragon carriage. Where is the prison? Yang Chuan asked in a low voice. Immediately, a black-robed figure stepped forward. Bai Qi and the others frowned, but they did not stop him. The black-robed figure walked forward. Sacred King, the city is in chaos. We have already taken control of the area. No one is allowed to approach. Lead the way. Yang Chuan called out. Yes. The black-robed figure led the way, and Yang Chuan, Bai Qi, Zhao Afang, and Yin Hentian followed closely behind. After a while, they arrived at an underground prison. Outside, there were many corpses. Clearly, they were the guards of Heavenmender Pavilion. The group quickly walked into the dungeon. Inside, it was a dark room with only a small window, through which little sunlight could be seen. There were many torture tools in the prison, and one of the walls was covered in blood. The torture rack was also stained with blood. Sacred King, this is the place, the black-robed figure said respectfully. Great Shen's prime minister was locked up and tortured here. Yang Chuan's eyes were cold as anger surged from his heart. Yang Chuan glared, but Zhao Afang took out a praying mat and sat down cross-legged. The heaven projectile was placed in front of him. Closing his eyes, Zhongxian formed a series of hand seals and began chanting complex incantations. Buzz. The surrounding space seemed to have lit up slightly. King, I will use the life-usurping art to deduce the past and use the flowing light art to reveal it, Zhao Afang said. As they spoke, streams of light suddenly flashed around them, as if they were passing through a tunnel. Gradually, some images appeared before everyone's eyes. In the image, Li Sai's cultivation was sealed and he was tied to a rack. Zhen Xiong was standing by the side and a few disciples of Deity Sword Manor were torturing Li Sai. Fire brand, ice spike, vicious beating, lightning soul, all sorts of tortures were used on Li Sai, but Li Sai gritted his teeth and revealed a stubborn sneer in his eyes. There was no sound on the screen. The scene of Li Sai being beaten up was extremely long. It was as if he was being tortured every day. However, Li Sai refused to speak. In the end, Zhen Xiong flew into a rage out of humiliation. Bastard! Bai Chi's eyes were cold. From the initial scholarly appearance, Li Sai's hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. He was neither human nor ghost. When Li Sai was on the verge of death, they placed him on the ground. Prime Minister Li, you are unparalleled, Yin Hentian said emotionally. After everyone left, Li Sai struggled to get up and slowly crawled to the wall of the cell. With a puff sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood on the wall. Then, Li Sai struggled to get up and used his hand to quickly draw on the blood-stained wall, dirtying the wall. Then, Li Sai spat out another mouthful of blood on the wall and fainted. After some time, Li Sai was taken away by someone. Seeing Li Sai suffer, Yang Chuan clenched his fists tightly. How could an official of Da Zhen be humiliated like this? Whoosh! The surrounding streams of light disappeared. Zhao Afang slowly stood up. Your Majesty, Bai Huang's life-stealing technique can only predict so much. Enough. Yang Chuan nodded. Bai Qi and Yin Hentian quickly went to the dried-up wall. The two of them activated their techniques and carefully restored the blood on the wall. Gradually, the dried-up blood became bright red. The two of them controlled the blood and slowly removed a layer of blood. This was Li Sai's last mouthful of blood. He used it to hide a secret. The blood that followed was a mess. There were many handprints on it and no clues could be found. However, perhaps because Bai Qi understood Li Sai's habits, he quickly used his hand to draw on the wall. Suddenly, some words appeared on the wall of blood. Sage King, Prime Minister Li left behind a message. Bai Qi shouted. Yang Chuan had already walked up to the wall. He read it carefully. It is unknown whether Li Sai is dead or alive. However, I believe that you will find him. I leave this message in the hope that you will see it. Mr. Gui Guzi and I encountered a nightmare. If you see Mr. Gui Guzi's abnormality now, please do not blame Mr. Gui Guzi, because that is not him. That day, I went to see Gui Guzi. However, before I left, another person appeared. He looked exactly like Gui Guzi. He knew everything that Gui Guzi knew. However, he was covered in darkness. Mr. Gui Guzi said that he was the source of evil that Mr. Gui Guzi had cut off in the Great Thousand Domains. His name was Dark Gui Guzi. Dark Gui Guzi? Yang Chuan's expression suddenly changed. However, he did not know why, but he let out a long sigh. Dark Gui Guzi was sealed by Mr. Gui Guzi in the Great Thousand Domains. When we died in the Great Thousand Domains, Mr. Gui Guzi's seal disappeared. That was how he escaped and came to the First World. That day, I found out that Sage King, we reincarnated dozens of times before we became immortals. Most of our memories were because of Dark Gui Guzi. We only came to the sealed world. That was why Dark Gui Guzi did not find us. Otherwise, we might have continued to reincarnate because of him. When they saw this, everyone became nervous. What was Dark Gui Guzi's purpose? Dark Gui Guzi's purpose was to reverse Mr. Gui Guzi's nature and make him reincarnate many times so that he would give up on following Sage King. However, in this life, we all recovered our memories. Dark Gui Guzi could not continue to carry out his plan, so he walked out. Dark Gui Guzi wanted to merge with Mr. Gui Guzi again, but Dark Gui Guzi's thoughts were too evil. Mr. Gui Guzi refused. Although he recovered his memories of his previous life, Mr. Gui Guzi's cultivation had not recovered. Moreover, Dark Gui Guzi knew almost everything that Mr. Gui Guzi knew. At that time, in the battle, Mr. Gui Guzi lost in terms of cultivation. However, in order to not let Dark Gui Guzi succeed, Mr. Gui Guzi sealed his 7 senses and sealed his body, not allowing Dark Gui Guzi to refine him. Dark Gui Guzi flew into a rage out of humiliation and swallowed Mr. Gui Guzi. Sage King, Mr. Gui Guzi did not die. Because if Mr. Gui Guzi died, Dark Gui Guzi would also die. The two of them were one. At this moment, they were only sealed in Dark Gui Guzi's body, waiting for rescue. Dark Gooey Goozy could not do anything for a long time, so he tortured me. He wanted to get everything from me about Mr. Gooey Goozy and Da Jun. I don't know how long I can hold on. Li Sai, end of story. After seeing all this, Yang Chuan suppressed a surge of anger in his heart. Dark Gooey Goozy? Darkness? Yang Chuan's eyes flashed with a vicious glint. Preserve Li Sai's last word. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Yin Hentian answered. Yang Chuan walked out of the dungeon. Everyone followed closely behind. Outside, the army was fighting. The 4 ancestral immortals were forced into a desperate situation by the Legion commanders. They were killed on the spot by their beloved generals. The army was still chasing after the deity sword Mana's disciples, but the Legion commanders quickly flew to Yang Chuan. Sage King, everyone said respectfully. Looking at the Legion commanders, Yang Chuan took a deep breath and said, Next, Yin Hentian will be in charge of Shijian Weave. Yes. Yin Hentian answered. Meng Tian, you will lead the First Legion and immediately head to Dongjian Weave. I want to exterminate deity sword Mana and avenge Li Sai. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Meng Tian answered. Wang Jian, you will lead the army and immediately exterminate Nanjian Weave. Jin Dayu, you will lead the army and immediately exterminate Northjian Weave. Yang Chuan said with a hint of anger. Yes. The 2 of them answered. The other armies and officials are rushing over. Yin Hentian will be in charge. Yang Chuan looked at Yin Hentian and said. Yes. Yin Hentian said again. Meng Yi, gather the terracotta army and follow me to deity sword Mana immediately. Yang Chuan shouted. Yes. Rumble. The army quickly gathered. The previous massacre ended quickly, and the Great Shan army quickly dispersed in 4 directions. Countless cultivators were shocked by the speed of the Great Shan army. Judging from the direction, was the Great Shan army going to attack 4 weaves at the same time? News of the Great Shan army attacking Shijian Weave quickly spread to Deity Sword Mana. This was the headquarters of Deity Sword Mana. In a large hall in Deity Sword Mana's headquarters at this moment, there were 3 figures in the hall. Dark Gooey Goozy sat at the head, with 2 people sitting on either side of him. One of them was Zhen Xiong, and the other was a white-bearded man. Although the white-bearded man was seated, he still gave off the feeling of a soaring sword aura. Teacher, Mana Master, are we really not going to care about Shijian Weave? Zhen Xiong asked with a frown. The white-bearded man was the Mana Master of Deity Sword Mana. At this moment, he also looked at Dark Gooey Goozy and said, Teacher, ever since you let your students establish a faction, there has never been such a large-scale battle. How can the Great Shan army be so fierce? Dark Gooey Goozy took a deep breath and said, Of course they are fierce. Then, what should we do now? Zhen Xiong asked worriedly. Wait. The 2 of them asked doubtfully. I've already prepared a big gift for Yang Chuan. Don't worry, this is not Yang Chuan's home ground. I have this item. Dark Gooey Goozy revealed a cold smile. Oh! The 2 looked over. An imperial seal appeared in Dark Gooey Goozy's hand. This is? The 2 asked curiously. The imperial seal of the Great Thousand Realms Great Qin Imperial Court. Dark Gooey Goozy said. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,